never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
A significant outbreak of severe thunderstorms, including a few strong tornadoes, is unfolding for the Mississippi Valley, Mid-South, and parts of the Southeast. About 40 million people across the South are at risk for severe weather from this event. That's according to the National Weather Service, which is highlighting the threat for tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging straight-line winds for part of Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana, Texas, Indiana, Missouri, and Ohio. For the other type of spinning storms, the season is a wrap.
The Atlantic hurricane season ends Wednesday. There were 3 early storms and then no named storms between July 3rd and August 21st, the first time that's happened since the 1940s. Then things blew up with 7 storms forming in September and November, bringing activity to near normal levels. One of the most powerful hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades happened in late September when Hurricane Ian hit Florida as a Category 4 storm. It left nearly 150 people dead in Florida and several others in North Carolina and Virginia. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
NATO doubled down Tuesday on its commitment to one day include Ukraine. The country applied for accelerated accession to the 30-member alliance on September 30th, but will not join anytime soon. With the Crimean Peninsula annexed and Russian troops holding parts of the south and east, it's not clear what Ukraine's borders would even look like. And the U.S. men's soccer team beat out Iran today 1-0 after the clock elapsed nearly 100 minutes. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here in the U.S., the national Christmas tree is being lit up for the first time Tuesday night. Also known as the People's Tree, it sits on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol. On Wednesday, the tree in Rockefeller Center in New York City will be ceremoniously lit. And between those two things happening, there will likely be some news that's out of this world.
SpaceX is planning a very early morning rocket launch Wednesday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. A Falcon 9 rocket is set to go on Complex 40 and is scheduled to lift off for the moon at 3:39 a.m. Eastern. They're sending a private Japanese moon lander to Luna. And if you live in the area, expect sonic booms. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Back here at home, 2 Andean bear cubs were born at the Smithsonian's National Zoo in Washington, D.C. on November 15th. It's considered a vulnerable species with an estimated 2,000 Andean bears, also known as spectacled bears, left in the wild, making the birth of these cubs significant. The zoo said the cubs were born to first-time parents, a 3-year-old female named Brienne, and a 9-year-old male named Keto. Keepers said both cubs are active and vocal, and that they're cautiously optimistic that the two will thrive. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I believe that is my cue. Thank you very much. Let's get this party started. Underway on Wednesday. Well, in the Eastern time zone. So, good morning. For the rest of the country, well, it's good evening. We'll work our way into a Wednesday, hump day, as we like to refer to it. Yeah, full work week this week. Like those short work weeks, Thanksgiving holiday weekend, that was nice. So we'll continue to plug away, make our way into the final days of November here. 30th of November coming on. We got one to go, and then December arrives as we head toward the weekend. All right, it's going to begin to feel a whole lot more December-like. Already feeling that way in parts of the country. Let's jump right into it here. It's undoubtedly a very active weather night for travelers around the country. Not the best night to be moving freight in the eastern half of the country, eastern third of the country. Now, downright bitter cold has already swept into the central states. Forecasters had been advising us for days in advance of a severe weather outbreak, a major wind event that is kind of unfolding as we speak in the east. But look at all the rain. Rain pushing into Columbus, Ohio, from southwest to northeast, kind of moving in. You're pretty much socked into the rain, south central Ohio. Eastern Kentucky. Louisville begins to clear out. You're going to see a brief, several hour maybe window where the rain ends, but the front has not yet come through. You get back into western Indiana, southeastern portions of Illinois, you're right on up north to northeast Indiana. That's the front. So there's another, pretty heavy line, but very brief window of showers and thunderstorms. But what you will notice are the winds whipping through. But you're socked in. Rain from northeastern Louisiana, the northern half of Mississippi. That's where we're seeing some of the strongest thunderstorm activity. And actually, we've seen numerous tornado warnings and confirmed tornado touchdowns. Reports of people trapped in some locations in parts of Mississippi. We'll update you on all that. Showers and thunderstorms, several different lines through Indiana, Alabama, up into northern portions of Georgia. Heavy rains, as we mentioned, from northeast Louisiana up all the way through Nashville and again eastern Kentucky. That's this potent cold front. A dangerous outbreak of tornadoes. Now, as I look at some of the latest advisories, tornado watches remain in effect for much of Mississippi and a good portion of Alabama. They're kind of extending those further into central and eastern Alabama through the overnight hours here as the severe weather threat continues in the darkness of night. Experts say although the thunderstorms will be kind of past their peak intensity from what we have seen like 12 hours earlier, some residents are going to get kind of a rude awakening. And for those in parts of the South and the East, when you wake up for that morning commute, it's going to be a slower commute as the stormy weather charges to the east as we head through Wednesday morning. Through the upcoming day, conditions in the atmosphere begin to trend a bit less favorable for the severe weather, but we'll still see some isolated damaging storms occurring. Individual thunderstorms that form overnight tonight. Eventually, this is all going to kind of congeal into a relatively uniform line by Wednesday morning, sweeping through Alabama, Georgia, into the Florida Panhandle. Damaging winds, heavy rain, the primary hazard along that line, although a brief tornado or two will still be possible. As I look back over the past 3 hours, we've seen about a dozen tornado warnings. And again, if you go back into the evening hours, starting at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, man, oh man, tons of tornado warnings have been issued through much of the southeast. Either way, by, say, mid-morning and early afternoon today, thunderstorms will be approaching Panama City and Tallahassee, Florida. The fast-moving nature of this front should actually limit most of the severe weather potential to the morning hours versus the late afternoon, when the feistiest storms typically occur when you get that peak daytime heating. Thunderstorms may simply run out of steam and just become no more than heavy downpours that could last for an hour or two Wednesday afternoon in places like Jacksonville, Florida, and Savannah, Georgia. While a rumble of thunder may accompany some of this across the Carolinas for the first half of the day today, the main focus of the potential severe weather reports is going to be in the southwest. Strong winds, of course, are going to be affecting the Midwest and the Northeast on the northern side of this storm system. Forecasters warn wind gusts could become damaging here through midweek, a vast area of the Midwest and the Northeast. The winds before the heavy rain showers move through with that cold front, and even winds on the backside once the front pushes through. As we look ahead, drier but chillier weather sweeps across the southeast by Thursday. It's not going to stick around real long. Temperatures are going to rebound pretty quickly by the time we get to the upcoming weekend. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the windy side, the northern aspects of this storm system, the Great Lakes, parts of Canada. Despite some substantial warm and cool swings we've seen through September, October, and November here, the 3-month period referred by forecasters as meteorological fall, it's ended up pretty close to average in terms of temperatures in much of the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic. By the time we get to December 1, Thursday, temperatures will going to be a few degrees below average, with the push of this cold air overtaking the Midwest. Through the day today, the chill really begins to spill in Wednesday night, spilling into the Appalachians and eventually the Atlantic coast by Thursday. A typical high in Chicago would be, say, 40 degrees. A high in New York City, just shy of 50 on the 1st of December. Those numbers are going to be trending a bit lower. But the winds, that's the concern. Forecasters have actually been advising since Thanksgiving week about the potential for strong winds, sporadic power outages, tree damage, and maybe even some property damage Wednesday. Today into Wednesday night for the Midwest and the Northeast. Gusts will frequent 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour as the circulation around this departing storm increases. Could see some gusts approaching 70 miles per hour, especially along the eastern and southern shores of the Great Lakes, where we could see some minor lakeshore flooding there. So for those, Wednesday night is our trash night. And for those that have the trash cans out, the trash, the recycling bins, anything loose out there will all be tumbling up and down the streets in the east. From Wednesday to Thursday, we're going to watch temperatures crash 10, 20, even 30 degrees for much of the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast. By the time we get to Thursday morning, the real feel temperature, the wind chill, it's going to feel like the middle of winter there in the Northeast. Wind chills in the single digits in parts of the central and northern Appalachians, around Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, teens and 20s. It's what it's going to feel like along the eastern seaboard. So the action of the cold air passing over the still relatively warm waters of the Great Lakes will kickstart the lake effect snow machine overnight tonight for the upper Midwest and the Northeast beginning Wednesday evening. Because of the brief nature of the cold blast and the shifting nature of the winds, it's not going to be any sort of a major lake effect snow event, much less than we saw with that system here a couple weeks ago, where some areas were buried in up to 6 feet plus snowfall numbers. So we'll take a look elsewhere around the country. Out west, another storm system poised to come ashore. Tell you what we're looking at there is we're looking at winter storm warnings for much of Washington, western Oregon, northern, even central California. Winter storm warnings through much of central and northern Idaho, as well as western Montana. That's going to be our next storm system coming in, impacting the west. So welcome in, welcome aboard. Who we got checking in out of the box here? Jump over to our stream chat. Philly Dan, of course, right out of the box. Good morning. Anybody get stuck on that accident in New York on the George Washington Bridge this past day? That was a pretty nasty accident, apparently. Anyway, keep on humping. It's hump day. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. All right, good to have you on board, Philly Dan. I'll do a little digging. I didn't really see anything about that big accident on the GW Bridge. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Heat wave on board. Good morning from Albuquerque, where it's 33 degrees, clear, headed for Southern California. Yeehaw. Gerald, hello, Steve. Got a little rain outside here in Cape Girardeau. It's about 50 still outside right now. By the way, did you ever get any dynamite? You know, briefly, I had found a little dynamite segment, but the audio was like one channel, and it wasn't coming through on the program properly. So, no, I still don't have dynamite. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry, of course. James says it's storming pretty hard here in Woodstock, Georgia tonight. There you go. Canadian Terry, south of Nashville on I-65, still at 62 degrees. Dry right now. Winds from the east. Did drive through a few heavy rain systems in Kentucky, but for the moment, we're all clear. Everybody be safe out there. Appreciate the updates from some of the drivers out there. 5-7, aired up, ready to roll. Take the front doors, Mr. Summers. I'll be in the rocking chair copying the mail. Okay. Hello from the Michigan Madman. A lot of racing over the Thanksgiving weekend. A lot of frustration. And, of course, lots of bourbon with Thanksgiving. Give us a full report, Madman. Hello to Monty Python, who says, good morning, Your Honor. Little Birdie told me Heat Wave's got a birthday coming up. But we're supposed to keep that quiet. Hush, hush, right? Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve. Morning, overnight drive crew. Everybody stay safe. There's Eskimo Mom on board, I guess, getting your week started, right? Happy hump day, Wednesday. Muncie, Indiana, doing a drop and hook. Winds making east-west roads a bit of a challenge right now. But I know all the nice weather isn't going to last. Right now, partly cloudy, 59 degrees. And one more, Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, with 58 degrees, rain, lightning, thunder. No lightning real close yet. It does have the dog's attention, though. They both want to get in my lap. All right. They're pretty big dogs at 90 and 60 pounds, respectively. That ain't going to happen. Anyway, I did go by to vote this past day, about 4 in the afternoon. The line was so long, we didn't have time to wait. So we're going to try again tomorrow after lunch, after we meet with our accountant to get our plan for the end of the year. So have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, he's talking about the runoff election there in Georgia, and apparently early voting, which they did get that started on Saturday. I don't know what the big hubbub was about with Saturday voting, because it was a holiday weekend. Most people were out of town. Yes, not really a major turnout, but Monday of this week, And Tuesday, of course, this past day, they're talking some record early voting turnout for the runoff election there in Georgia. We'll give you the latest on that coming up. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, look at those numbers out of Georgia. Don't have Tuesday numbers yet. But going back to Monday, they say a record 300,000 plus early ballots were cast in the runoff election between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling wrote on Twitter that voters blew up the previous record of 233,252 that were cast in a single day early voting back in the 2018 midterms cycle. We are working on final numbers, but for context, the last day of early voting in 2018, that was the previous record for early voting, which fell dramatically on Monday. Later in the evening, he posted, "Just wow. Georgia voters facilitated through the hard work of the county election and poll workers, shattering the old early vote turnout. 300,438 Georgians cast votes." And that was Monday's number alone. Be interesting to see with the Buckeye Boy mentioning that the lines were so long at 4 in the afternoon, they just decided to try again tomorrow a bit earlier in the day, right? Spokesperson for the Georgia Secretary of State tells The Hill that more Georgians actually voted Sunday than on any previous Sunday back during the 2021 Senate runoff, along with the last 3 general elections. Technically, the runoff is next week, December the 6th. Of course, as we all know, at stake is the current power sharing agreement between Republicans and Democrats in the Senate. Democrats hold 50 seats, as the case had been. If they clinch next week, of course, they would have more power. If Walker were to prevail, the Senate Republicans would then be forced, the Democrats, back into kind of dividing the committees evenly. According to the polling taking place, it says Warnock and Walker are currently tied in a new Compete Digital poll that was conducted on the 23rd, 25th, and 26th of November. 48% of voters supported Warnock, 47% for Walker. So statistically a tie because you've got that margin of error plus or minus like 3 points we'll see how things swing in the state of Georgia. All right, so we'll get our news break coming up here in about a minute, get some of the industry headlines. Hey, we're just a matter of, technically a day and a few hours from the delivery of the first Tesla semi-truck. Now, going back to Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving weekend, as a matter of fact, Elon Musk sent out a tweet stating Tesla has just completed a 500-mile drive with a Tesla truck weighing in at 81,000 pounds. Details of the trip not known as of this past day. It's believed to be the first such trip for the Tesla Semi, which, of course, is just ahead of the first delivery of production trucks that's slated to take place on Thursday this week. A little more detail we'll give you coming up here, but PepsiCo is going to be the recipient of the first. I believe they had pre-ordered 100 of the fully electric Tesla semi-trucks. So there you go. Get a news break and back. Your calls, jump on board at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
On Tuesday, NATO reaffirmed its commitment to one day include Ukraine. The country applied for accelerated accession to the 30-member alliance on September 30th, but won't be able to join anytime soon. With the Crimean Peninsula annexed and Russian troops holding parts of the south and east, it's not clear what Ukraine's borders would even look like. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with NATO foreign ministers in Romania to drum up support for the country as Russia bombards energy infrastructure going into the frigid winter. Internet users in China are scrambling to get around the government's censorship of protests, which have been spreading across the country over pandemic policies that have seen people locked up in their homes for weeks or even months at a time. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call Government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production, but with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got some updates to throw your way. Coming up, we'll get around to got some interesting details, because we've had a lot of questions in our mind about the rail strike. What can Congress actually do if they try to intervene, their bid to bar the rail strike? So some of the questions will provide answers to. First of all, why did Biden ask Congress to act now, which he did day before yesterday? What power does Congress actually have to intervene? Now, of course, we pretty much know the main sticking point between the unions and the freight rail. What options is Congress considering, and when will they act? And lastly, what happens if the unions are still unhappy with the final terms, whatever it is they may come up with from the answer desk there at Newsmax? They broke it all down this past day. Meanwhile, you need to be informed, right? Law enforcement agencies in a number of states, multiple states, partnering this week, targeting commercial vehicle drivers traveling on I-94. Actually started on Tuesday. It runs through Friday of this week. Troopers with the Michigan State Police and the Indiana State Police, as well as Illinois State Police, conducting an operation called Eyes on 94, designed to reduce commercial vehicle crashes. During this blitz, troopers are focused on commercial vehicle driver violations likely to increase the risk of a crash: speeding, distracted driving, following too closely, failure to move over, improper lane use. You know the drill. This enforcement effort, according to the statement from the Indiana and Illinois State Police, is a great example of the commitment of state police, our common goal of increasing traffic safety and reducing crashes, right? This coordinated operation is an effort to increase awareness by means of high visibility enforcement on the I-94 freeway, which is prone, by the way, to weather-related crashes involving commercial vehicle drivers this time of year. I guess with the winds and the rain and the cold air sweeping in, today would be no exception of the possibility of accidents out there in the Midwest. All right, a few updates. Let me throw it your way. What we've seen, what we know thus far with our severe weather outbreak in the South this evening. Reports out of Louisiana, 2 injured as a result of a confirmed tornado in Caldwell Parish, according to the sheriff there. Deputies on the scene of significant damage, they say, after the tornado tore through Tuesday evening. Trees also reported to have fallen onto homes in Caldwell Parish, about 65 miles northeast of Alexandria. Debris reportedly thrown thousands of feet up into the air with that particular tornado. Update out of Mississippi a couple hours ago. Tornado outbreak turned perilous for residents in Steens, Mississippi. During the evening hours, they stayed a confirmed tornado by radar about 6:30 this past evening at nearby Columbus Air Force Base in Lowndes County, right there close to the Alabama state line. After the tornado hit, individuals were temporarily trapped in a local grocery store, according to the Emergency Management Agency there. Those who were trapped inside did ultimately make it out safely. Another family was trapped nearby in a local home. They also made it out safely. A nearby church had the steeple blown off. The tornado was reported as moving past the Alabama state line into western portions of Alabama. Some video of some of the damages there in Alabama. Earlier reports, again, out of Louisiana. Louisiana has begun to seriously feel the impacts from the severe weather outbreak. A large destructive tornado was confirmed in the central part of the state this past evening. Large tornado confirmed about 7:15 p.m. local time. Reports of damage quickly coming in. According to law enforcement, debris again thrown thousands of feet into the air. Caldwell was given the all clear by the National Weather Service office at about 7:30 after that damaging tornado swept through. And again, several confirmed tornadoes coming in out of Mississippi there. Some of the video, large hail as well, tennis ball size hail reported this past afternoon, according to AccuWeather, near where a tornado was spotted around Vaden, Mississippi. 2-inch diameter hail in November. In the month of November is kind of unusual. It has happened before. They had a severe weather outbreak in 2018, and I guess they've had hail of that nature in 2016. But yeah, throughout the evening, it was a pretty dangerous situation unfolding there and continues in the southeast. I'll refresh. Do we have any new tornado warnings? Yeah, a couple of active tornadoes at this hour. Wayne County and southeastern Mississippi. Radar indicated tornado moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail reported in that particular cell. Another central Jones County, also southeastern Mississippi. All right, so caution out there on the highways and byways as we work our way into the early hours of a Wednesday hump day coming on. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. Whew, it's a little chilly out there in short sleeves. Whew. I had to stop off and take care of a trailer that wasn't lit up all the damn way. I don't know. You would think that, you know, when they hook these trailers up at the yard, they would look and see if any of the lights were not working.
Yeah.
Good night, I tell you. Well, I guess it's up to me. But anyways, oh, goodness. Did you see, I'm not much of a soccer fan, what the Europeans call football.
Yeah.
They had, I guess last night, they had on the news that Iran, and that's another damn story. Iran was upset because the Americans were showing their flag without the Muslim sickle sword or whatever the hell they got on their flag, and they wanted the FIFA to American team. It's like, boy, that's picky. You know, they can sure talk bad and smack about us and burn our flag over there, but oh no, we can't desecrate their flag at all anywhere whatsoever. And then they had one of the players from America. He was black, and he got chastised by calling it Iran instead of Iran.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And then they were asking him about why should he play for a country that is as racist as America is. And he ought to be a diplomat, because he answered it and was like, I'm sorry. He says, I did not realize that the correct pronunciation was Iran. And he said, you know, we are not that divided as far as racial equality goes. He says it's a minority that is raising all sorts of Cain. And he says, but we are doing better and better with each day. And I thought, okay, that, you know, that was a pretty good answer from him. And, you know, it truly is, it's a small minority of the population that is raising the Cain that they're raising to make it seem like, you know, we're just a POS kind of country out here. So after hearing that yesterday morning, I had a pretty good interest in hearing, you know, the score. And I'll be damned if the States didn't beat Iran, you know, 1-0.
1-0. It's nil. You're like 1-0.
Yeah. 1-0. I don't care. I'll be politically incorrect. I don't care. But I mean, it was just such a great showing that they denied Iran the chance to advance. So, you know, I'll just keep a limited interest in how the States teams do. But yeah, I thought that was very petty. But then again, if you're in Iran, what else are you going to do besides, you know, what they do in China?
Right.
Try to whip your population into shape. Oh, let's see here. What else has been going on in the news today? Well, crud, I just had a few of them in my noggin, and I just lost it.
Again. Whoops.
It's that old man disease coming up. Got that CRS syndrome. Because I can't remember squat. But yeah, it was a pretty nice day today. A little breezy, you know, clear, which I guess is okay. But I would rather have some moisture in with these cold temperatures we're having. You know, midday temperature, you know, 45 to 50. But yeah, I would rather have some clouds and some moisture come down. So if y'all in the east, y'all don't want it, y'all send it my way. I'd be greatly appreciated, and I'll be sure to bill it to Yellow Freight. Let them pay for it. So, oh goodness, yeah, I do have a birthday coming up on the 1st. I wonder who let that one out of the bag. Ah, goodness, but yeah, I'll be a steak sauce for at least a year.
There you go. 5-7.
Yeah, 5-7. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was really a nice day out here. We had to wait for our load. We got pushed back. That's the reason why our late getting out. Normally we'd get out about 6 p.m., but we were waiting on a trailer, and I thought we already had one there. And they finally said, all right, your trailer's here, and we get loaded up. And yeah, we were waiting on one trailer that was loaded. The trailer that was already there waiting for us is empty. I was like, well, ain't that a kick in the head? All right. Well, the front box is $20,500. So I mean, we got some freight going to Southern California, and then we're going to try to run this thing where we can stay out for a couple of days. Corporate, they don't have any clue what they're doing to the drivers out here, especially in Albuquerque. Our central dispatch office, whenever we call in, they tell me that they get more of their news, more information from us drivers out here on the road than what they get at corporate. I mean, that's a hell of a way to run a damn company, ain't it?
Right.
I mean, if we were in the business of growing mushrooms, I think we'd have the market cornered, because they're keeping everybody in the dark, and all they're doing is they're feeding us a bunch of BC. Don't want to say BS, but what BC. Either way, I mean that's a hell of a mix. So, but I'm invested in the company. I really don't want to go anywhere and start at the bottom and take the chance of getting laid off like some of these other companies do at the end of the year. And I don't know. It's something. So they got another space rocket going up, and this one's actually going to the moon. Is it going to be a manned launch or what?
I don't know. I'm not familiar. Another moon launch? No.
Yeah, I could have sworn they said it was on the news that it was going to be launching from Cape Canaveral later this morning, on a Falcon 9 rocket. And I thought, well, that's a little early, because I thought they weren't going to send anyone up until 2024.
Right, it's not a manned launch. It's some sort of a rover, apparently. Kind of like, you got the Mars rovers. This is going to be a moon rover. It's actually a Japanese lander, apparently.
Okay, all right. That's what okay. Well, hell, I didn't even know where they were going to do that. So, well, good. Start sending some stuff up there. Maybe we can have a log jam of rockets going that way to where the Chinese can't send their rockets up there because we're blocking the way. So, with this train strike supposedly happening, that may happen, I thought Democrats were for the working people. Ain't that what they claim? The Democrats are for the blue-collar folks?
It's kind of ironic. The last time Congress intervened in a rail strike, Joe Biden was a senator at the time, and he was one of the few votes against authorizing Congress to intervene in that strike. So things apparently have changed a bit.
You think? Good night. I mean, personally, I think the engineers and those folks are getting the dry end of the shaft. I mean, all they're wanting is sick days and personal days, and all that they agreed to, or the union and the company, was 1 day.
Right.
One. If you've made record profits, why would you be so damn stingy when you're talking about, your driver's health or engineer's health? I guess you'd call them a driver. I mean, out here, we, being with the union, we have sick days and we have personal days, so we can go ahead and see a doctor. I mean, if you're running rail and you ain't going home for a while, you're out there. And does that mean that they allow these people to run around sick behind the controls of the engine? And if they do, that don't sound very damn safe. I don't see what the problem is. I think Horse Feathers had said it the other day that there used to be 14 people on these trains.
It's down to 2
they
now.
Had the caboose, which
it's down to 2, and now they want to take it to 1.
Yeah, well, good luck. I mean, they had the caboose on there, which I would assume was the sleeping quarters for the whenever they got done driving their 10 hours on the rails, they would go ahead and swap out. But I mean, it's a crying shame that 15,000 run 40% of the freight while we have 3.5 million CDL holders out here that run the other 60%. That is, I mean, good night. If all the truckers were to go on strike, which that ain't going to happen because it's going to be, well, if they're on strike, we'll just go ahead and give our freight to somebody else. I mean, this country would be shut down in a matter of, what, day, two?
Yeah.
And I wonder now how are we still backed up at the ports with all the ships coming in? Because you don't hear nothing about them anymore.
Yeah, they pretty much got that got sorted out. They're pretty much cleared up there.
Really? Wow. I hadn't heard anything. I didn't know. And I mean, it seems like what they do is they sensationalize these stories, and then all of a sudden you don't hear nothing about it. And it's like, well, what happened? Well, good. I'm glad they got that all squared away, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to say the least. I am getting dinged on my end, so I must have a bunch of people hitting me with messages for one thing or another. It's probably to say shut up and let the other guy get on. So I guess I'll do that. Senor, you have yourself a good night. We'll listen to you later.
All right, got you several updates coming your way. Now, first and foremost, you mentioned the ports there. The port backup is pretty much cleared. Wall Street Journal had that about a week ago. Yeah, officials declared an end to the backup of ships at Southern California ports more than 2 years after vessels began lining up in weeks-long queues that became one of the most visible signs of the pandemic-driven turmoil in supply chains. The Marine Exchange of Southern California said right about a week ago the backup of the ports of L.A. and Long Beach that was as high as 109 vessels back in January of this year has now fallen to 0. Said both ports have enough labor to handle the current volume of ships, while some ocean carriers are delaying vessel arrivals to better suit their own operations. But it's time to move into a different phase of operations, and declared the backup has ended, was his official word. I mean, the backups, we started talking about this October of 2020, as manufacturers and retailers were accelerating their orders to satisfy all that booming demand as we were stuck at home during the pandemic, right? Imports at the ports, the key gateway complex for goods from Asia, surged 20% in 2021, and they kind of overwhelmed the cargo handling facilities, causing dozens of ships to back up off the coast. And everything was, as we know, rippling through the supply chain. So, that has officially come to an end. Cleared. All right, well, roll toward news break here, top of the hour. The other scenario he brought up there was the launch, which indeed, yes, there is a launch coming up here in a few hours, as a matter of fact. Countdown clock should be ticking. SpaceX will launch a Japanese lander and a United Arab Emirates rover to the moon early this morning. The Japanese company iSpace's Mission 1 scheduled to lift off atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket 3:37 a.m. Eastern this morning, about 2.5 hours from now. Yes, from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Mission 1 is the first flight for iSpace, which aims to help humanity establish a meaningful footprint on and around the moon. Our vision is to establish an economically viable, sustainable ecosystem in cislunar space. If all goes according to plan, the company's lander will touch down in March of 23, becoming the first Japanese-built probe ever to ace a lunar landing. Hakuto R carries a range of payloads. That's the name of the rover, Hakuto R. Yeah, perhaps the most prominent payload is Rashid, a 22-pound rover developed by the United Arab Emirates. All right, they'll snap photos, characterize the lunar surface, electrically charged environment. Okay, that launch comes up later this morning. Looks like we close things out for hour number one. Of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That's our number as we roll into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The National Christmas Tree is being lit up for the first time Tuesday night. Also known as the People's Tree, it sits on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol. This year, the 78-foot red spruce was brought into Washington from the Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina. On Wednesday, the tree in Rockefeller Center in New York City will also be ceremoniously lit. Between those two things happening, there will likely be some news that's out of this world.
SpaceX is planning a very early morning rocket launch Wednesday from Cape Canaveral. A Falcon 9 rocket is set to go on Complex 40 and is scheduled to lift off for the moon at 3:39 a.m. Eastern. They're sending a private Japanese moon lander to Luna. And if you live in the area, expect sonic booms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
3 Chinese astronauts had already rocketed into orbit Tuesday, headed to China's Tiangong space station to replace 3 fellow flyers in a direct handover, marking the nation's drive to establish a permanent presence in low Earth orbit. On the ground in China, protesters are scrambling to get around the government's censorship. Photos and videos posted to social media are among the only ways to get information out about the COVID-19 protests. Information is tightly controlled in China, and journalism is heavily restricted. Meanwhile, Ireland is hitting Facebook's parent company with a big fine. The country's Data Protection Commission fined Meta $275 million after it was discovered last year that a data leak led to more than 500 million users having their personal information posted online. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Celebration has been in the air for the first family this past month after the Bidens' granddaughter Naomi tied the knot and the president's milestone 80th birthday. Thanksgiving seemed to take the pumpkin pie, but the party's not over yet.
The Biden White House will host its first state dinner this week. The White House says French President Emmanuel Macron will participate in a bilateral meeting with President Biden on Thursday before joining the president for a state dinner alongside First Lady Jill Biden. On Wednesday, Macron will visit NASA headquarters alongside Vice President Kamala Harris to highlight the collaboration between the two nations on space exploration and climate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Approximately 58 of the top 100 medical schools ranked by U.S. News & World Report include critical race theory in their courses and student training. Harvard Medical School has promised to form future doctors who, quote, acknowledge the ways in which racism is embedded in the science and scientific culture and work to redress these long-standing issues, end quote. And the U.S. men's soccer team beat out Iran today 1-0 after the clock elapsed nearly 100 minutes. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we are. Hour number 2 underway as we cross over that midnight hour in the Central Time Zone. Welcome into Wednesday. Let's see. Hello to Big John. Check it in via email. By the way, email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Simply says, good morning, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you very much, Big John. Good to have you with us. Who else we have checking in? All right, we flip over. Where we leave off there? Daniel, good morning. It's cold over here in western South Dakota. We're at 14 degrees. Oh, boy. Teens, probably with the winds, feeling like 0. 007 checking in from Walcott, Iowa. The TA truck stop tonight. That's the world's largest truck stop right there in Walcott, right? It's cold, 25 degrees at this hour there in Walcott. All right. Minneapolis, St. Paul, down towards Worthington area today. There was some pretty good stones from Princeton, Minnesota, all the way down towards Worthington, Minnesota today. Minneapolis, St. Paul got dumped on. All right, the storms as they push through. Thanks for the update. Gilligan, good morning. Light drizzle at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. We're hanging in at 50 degrees at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, I was looking at the radar. The front, you can see, is sweeping through Indiana, pushing through the Indianapolis area right now, headed toward Muncie, and that line extends all the way down to probably now just about Evansville. Along with it, there's a line of showers. I don't know, maybe a rumble of thunder but some pretty heavy rain. And that's the front that's going to be bringing the winds through our area here in southwest Ohio, probably within an hour, maybe two. We've already had power flickers several times here this evening, so I'll just give you a heads up in advance. We do have battery backups on the computers. The lights may get a little dim because we don't have backup on the lights, but we could continue the program if power goes out. If the winds kick up like they're saying, we're in a region where it doesn't take much to knock out the power here. If we do disappear temporarily, I might have to go through the reboot on the computers kind of thing, and we would come back as quickly as possible. But just a heads up there. Just hopefully that doesn't happen, but just better to be prepared, right? Hello to the Delta Hiker. I had some light rain for the last hour and a half. It's turning to heavier rain here on the south side of Columbus. In that zone, that's the rain coming in from southwest to northeast. Plenty of rain up in your area. Let's see. Stop the presses. Gerald says, I see diesel for $3.99 a gallon at the Quick Trip truck stop. Say that 3 times fast, right? Quick Trip truck stop outside Little Rock, Arkansas. When's the last time you saw $3.99 a gallon? All right, Gerald, hello from Kingsport, Tennessee. Country Bumpkin checks in from Grand Haven, Michigan. Rain from Decatur, Illinois to southwest Michigan. And now the wind's starting to blow. Be safe out there, overnight drive family. Let's see, Randolph is with us. Good morning, Mr. Summers. Got 20 degrees here in York, Nebraska. Randolph, thank you very much. 20. All right. Pappy is on board. Better late than never, he says. 56. We're hanging in there in Harrison, Ohio. Kind of windy, a little drizzly right now. Hunker down out there. All of our nocturnal creatures of the night, be safe. Yes, indeed. I know, Pappy, you're in that zone. Yeah, you might lose power too, right? All depends. Hired Gun, good morning, cruel world. We're hanging in at 60 degrees. Moderate rain in Kingston, Georgia, USA. Everybody stay warm and dry. Always remember the painted side stays on top. All right. We got Mike waving a hand saying hello from Salem, Ohio. He says, long-time listener, haven't called in as of yet. Hope everybody has a great day. Well, give us a call sometime there, Mike. I'd like to hear from you. Let's see. SpaceX Hired Gun gives me an update. Looks like SpaceX has rescheduled the Japanese moon lander mission, I guess for 24 hours, or what is that? 3:37 a.m. Eastern, December 1. So that's Thursday morning. Rescheduled, all right, 24 hours. Mission delayed for pre-flight checkouts, apparently. There you go. Thank you for the updates. I did get an email from, hadn't heard from him in a while. No Handle Dave, he's actually out there listening. Said, Steve, got an update for you here on the murder in Delphi, Indiana that we've been following for years. He sent me a link to that. Still out here listening every day to the podcast on my drive from Indy to Rock Island, Illinois. 630 miles a day, 5 days a week. Makes for a tired body by the end of the week, but it does make for a darn good paycheck, so I'll take it. After 5 months on this run and listening to the podcast, I still find myself starting to email in when I hear certain things or I hear callers, and I have to realize we're not live. Anyway, keep up the great work, and I'll be listening in. No handle, Dave. Yeah, I can see you picking up the phone to call and say, what did that guy just say? He's wrong. He's wrong. All right. Do you know what day it is? What day is it? Yeah, Hump Day. Hello to Tom Kelly, TNCRadio.live. It's been a rough one out there in the Southeast today. Praying for everyone out there. While you're waiting for the storms to go by, tune in to TNCRadio.live right after the overnight drive. Coming up this morning, it'll be a rebroadcast of our Tuesday evening lineup of all-female hosts. Starting 5 a.m. Eastern this morning, it's Shannon Courier with The Southern Route. Then stay tuned for an all-new Women Road Warriors with Kathy and Shelley. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern, it's Thoughts and Coffee with Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, talking all things supply chain. And, of course, we will update the latest in weather and traffic issues throughout the morning, all on TNCRadio.live. Drivers, be safe, be healthy. Remember, no load is worth the risk of driving through a major storm out there. 100% correct. All right, Tesla. Let me get back quickly before we get back to your calls. Get the update here. Supposedly, they completed a 500-mile drive in the all-electric Tesla Semi, weighing it at 81,000 pounds. It's assumed that trip occurred on a single charge. During this year's third quarter earnings call, Elon Musk said that the Tesla Semi was capable of 500 miles with cargo on level ground. Now, how much of those 500 miles are going to be eliminated if you're going to be going up and down, elevation changes, right? Of course, in October, he announced the start of production of the Tesla Semi. PepsiCo pre-ordered 100 of the fully electric trucks, which are scheduled for delivery tomorrow, no less, Thursday, December 1. Of course, the delivery of the Tesla Semis have been delayed a number of times. They announced the all-electric Class A truck all the way back in 2017. They initially expected them to be available in 2019. So here we are a full 3 years later than that. Tesla is aiming for 50,000 units of the Tesla Semi in North America in 2024. Originally, again, unveiled in November of 2017, touted by the designers as the safest truck ever. Also, the company claims their Semi will have the lowest cost of ownership with a fuel savings of more than $200,000. So you've got two different models that they're touting here. One which is capable of a 300-mile driving range, which I would obviously presume is on level ground, because that is the case with the other, which is the 500-mile range model, which they specified on level ground. The 300-mile range model, price tag of about $150,000. The 500-mile range model selling for $180,000. But they're going to have the big unveiling, the ceremony, the first delivery at the big Giga headquarters there on Thursday, wherever that headquarters is at. Reno, Nevada, the Giga headquarters for Tesla's Semi. All right, it is 844-844-3388. 5-7, what do you say?
Oh, too much when it gets started, according to a lot of folks. Just to add on to that Tesla, how much do those, tractors weigh, that cuts into the payload? Does the larger or more extended range truck weigh even heavier? And that's the big question right there. If you can't haul, a 40-ton load, that's there you go. And I'm I've been on this thing about, because I get the honor of seeing wrecked tractors when I go to Charleston, right at the end of Virginia Avenue. They towed them in there, and I'm seeing tractors that are darn near folded in two. I mean, there's no way the driver could have possibly survived the crashes. And I've been saying, we need NASCAR type cages in this thing. Part of the thing is, I guess safety people say, oh, well, you can't do it. The weight would be an issue. Well, let's see what they do about if these Tesla or these electric trucks, if they weigh more than an average tractor, I bet you anything they'll give a tolerance for electric trucks over the 80,000.
They have. Yes, they have.
Oh, okay. Well, then how come they can't put a friggin' NASCAR cage, like a bulldozer cage, around these things? I had a friend that we don't know who was driving because the tractor was smashed down on I-10 in a brownout. And apparently they were both out trying probably to get out of that thing, but they were just trapped in. I mean, they've eliminated the sleeper door escapes. It just, all you had was the two doors, and apparently they were jammed in there and they burnt to death. So, yeah, no, they won't make it a tolerance to protect the driver. And since some of us are sitting over 300 gallons of diesel, I'm at 200. Fire suppressant. I mean, boom. I mean, it just, as soon as anything hits that cage, it just should shoot out fire suppressant, for driver safety. But we'll drop that. The reason I called, Walker. Thank you, Mitch McConnell. It's like 2 to 10. Warnock is right after Thanksgiving. Warnock is one after another, and they don't just give you the advertisement or the political ad. They repeat it. It's the ad, and then they repeat it, and they're saying things. That if a white man would say it, it would be racist. The way they're talking about Walker. Well, Walker is finally getting out there, almost at least a week afterwards, but it's just on TV, and I'm starting to finally get some on YouTube and on Facebook. But Warnock, man, has been out there. Well, Mitch McConnell, free up some of that money, buddy. But we all know Mitch McConnell would rather kiss the backside of the Democrats, keep his money coming in, than have to deal with another conservative, a mega, if you care, a MAGA conservative. So, I keep hearing him standing there after that date between the 7th and the 5th, and him standing up there and saying these hollow halls of Congress. And all I can see is you could dig an outhouse in the middle of that floor in that podium where he's standing, and you could not corrupt that building any more than what you've done with these politicians and how they've done us in this country. Thanks Social Security. And by God, I'm telling you, the Republicans are the, when they say that, we're all expecting, Social Security and all like that. Well, we've been forced to pay into it. Our entitlements is what they call them. Well, you got people that's never paid in and they feel entitled, but they're not talking about just them. They're talking about all of us. But I tell you what, they feel fully entitled to their money and to their pay and get paid way more than they should be getting paid for government service. So, other than that, like I said, I'm gonna relinquish the front door. I'm gonna slide back into the rocking chair and copy the mail, Tim.
All right, thank you for checking in. It's 844-844-3388. Yes, there is an allowance for the weight of the batteries for these electric vehicles. I'll give you the details right after this.
It's coming.
Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. We'll get back to the calls here in a moment. Yeah, that question has come up on numerous occasions. Yeah, we know the weight of electric automobiles. The batteries are incredibly heavy. All right, there was part of their impact report. It was kind of buried in that in 2020. Tesla said they expect the Tesla Semi to be able to carry a payload at least as high as it would be for a diesel truck. Interestingly, the company reports a little-known fact that electric trucks in the U.S. and Europe have both been approved for, slightly higher total load, with both the U.S. and the EU having approved higher weight allowances for electric heavy-duty trucks. Tesla's statement said, we expect the payload to be at least as high as it would be for a diesel truck. In the European Union, electric semi-trucks are allowed to be 2 tons heavier than their diesel equivalent. That's 4,400 pounds. Now, in the U.S., the allowance is 0.9 tons or 2,000 pounds. When fully loaded, the Tesla Semi should be able to achieve over 500 miles of range, achieved through aerodynamics and highly efficient motors. This truck will be able to reach an efficiency of over a half mile per kilowatt hour, they said. So while a 2,000-pound difference doesn't sound like much leeway on an 80,000-pound limit, it's going to give Tesla just enough to compete with the diesel trucks. Now, if Tesla says they expect to have a payload at least as high as it would be for a diesel truck, that would mean the Tesla Semi currently weighs less than 2,000 pounds more than the average diesel truck. Actual real-world data shows that 90% of semi-trucks weigh in at less than 73,000 pounds with their loads. Therefore, the Tesla Semi should have no problem competing for the majority of those payloads. All right, depending on the electricity rates, of course, when they're talking about being able to move 500 miles on level ground, this has the potential to greatly reduce the cost of operation of trucks, slashing emissions from the very polluting sector of diesel semis. All right, so 2,000-pound weight exception here in the USA for the Tesla Semi. That's the numbers. Steve in Florida, what's happening?
Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Can't complain. What's been happening?
How was your Thanksgiving?
I had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you very much. Had a good time. We had some in-laws come into town. The kids, the grandkids, everybody come over. Big turkey dinner, turkey, ham, all the trimmings. Yes, sir.
Yeah, full house. Steve, did you happen to sift through that article I sent you about the from the Federalist about the Georgia runoff?
Yes, indeed. I saw that, and I just I hesitate to speak anything about it for fear of, you get censored.
Well, Mark Levin talked about it for a half an hour on his show last night. And after he talked about it, I went and pulled up the article. And I'll tell you what, it's pretty darn amazing. Steve, what you're reading in that article is fact. Okay, that's not fiction. It's not disinformation, misinformation. That is put out by a data analyst, if you read through the article. And that analyst gets all the data from change of address, from this, from that, and they cross-reference everything. You follow me?
Absolutely.
So
I should have looked at the clock before I picked you up. Hold that thought right there, because we got to get the news break here, bottom of the hour. So we'll take care of that, and we'll come back with Steve. The rest of the story after this.
USA Radio News.
On Tuesday, NATO reaffirmed its commitment to one day include Ukraine. The country applied for accelerated accession to the 30-member alliance on September 30th, but won't be able to join anytime soon. With the Crimean Peninsula annexed and Russian troops holding parts of the south and east, it's not clear what Ukraine's borders would even look like. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with NATO foreign ministers in Romania to drum up support for the country as Russia bombards energy infrastructure going into the frigid winter. Internet users in China are scrambling to get around the government's censorship of protests, which have been spreading across the country over pandemic policies that have seen people locked up in their homes for weeks or even months at a time. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel.
They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, welcome back. Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, boats, you name it. Anything sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. So many people don't realize that, gas in a matter of months begins to go stale, I guess is the way they refer to it. Stale gas. Sta-Bil Storage, that's where it comes into play. Sta-Bil Storage keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Think about this, especially I think it's generators. How often do you have to fire up the generator, right? You're supposed to go out there on a pretty regular quarterly basis, maybe monthly basis, and just fire it up briefly. But a lot of times that gas will be sitting there for quite the extended period of time, and you really want that generator to fire up when the power goes out, right? Sta-Bil Storage. Oh, by the way, and if you'll go to goldeagle.com, go to the website, that's the parent company of Sta-Bil. You use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. All one word, Overnight Drive. You'll get 15% off your entire order at goldeagle.com. All right, left off with Steve there. Let me pull him back up here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Sure, buddy. So anyway, for your eavesdroppers out there, Steve, that are listening in, this has got nothing to do with fraud or stolen or anything like that. Let's be clear about this, okay? In the state of Georgia, when I moved down here, when you establish residency, you turn in your driver's license. You have 30 days to get your license plates and all of that. Otherwise, you get penalized for that per day. I mean, it's pretty hefty, too, the fines. But you have to get your license and your plates within 30 days. So now, Steve, I live in Camden County. So if I move from Camden County to Macon County and I move there, I have to actually re-register to vote, because when you get your driver's license, they ask you want to register to vote. Yes, I do. So now I am registered in Camden County. But for some reason, the only way that they can detect that is to go through every resident that lives there to see if they're actually living at these addresses. And that's what this article is about. It's about the residency, where people are moving from, say, Georgia to Florida. They're not getting a Florida license. They're hanging on to their Georgia license. And technically, that's against the law. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this has got nothing to do with fraud or nothing to do with, an election being stolen. This is all data that this guy had. This guy's an expert, Mark Davis, and he just filed a complaint with the Georgia Board of Elections in Georgia on all these, let's just say, proof of residency. Let's just leave it at that.
People that moved, failed to re-register in the new county, and I don't know if they requested is it a mail-in ballot, or are they going to vote actually on election day or whatever in the county where they're no longer living, correct?
Exactly. But there's another piece in there that says that over 270,000 people moved out of the state of Georgia in 2022, okay? But there's some people that moved out of the state and got a permanent address somewhere else, but they're still voting in Georgia. So that's the pretty much the bones of it, But we'll see where it goes, Steve. I mean, I don't know how they can keep track of this stuff. With our technology and all these computers, why they can't cross-reference. If you move from Cincinnati to Florida and then you try to go vote in Florida, the computer should pick that up and say, hey, listen, you filed a change of address in Cincinnati. Your new address says Florida, but you still got a Cincinnati an Ohio driver's license. So that's what they got to try and figure out, and I can't believe they can't figure it out. It just doesn't make any darn sense why they can't keep track of this stuff with the technology that we have today. My wife and I voted on Monday, Steve. We went about, I don't know, it was a little after lunchtime, and we probably waited about 20 minutes in line.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad. It was pretty quick. You're only voting for one candidate. There's only one, only takes you 2 seconds to vote, right? So, it went pretty smooth. And, there were a lot of people there, I got to say. Like, after we got out of there, the line continually got longer and longer. So I can see how those numbers are, really up there for the first 2 days. So, hopefully it'll go our way. We'll see.
For the early voting there in Georgia, I mean, like on election day, you've got precincts all over, like the county or whatever. For early, does everybody have to go to the same place for early voting, like in the county or whatever, or how's that work?
Well, in my particular town, we go to the annex building, which is a pretty good sized building with the library and stuff. So that's where we go. But Camden County is a pretty good sized county, and it goes pretty far north and west. So there's places all over different towns, that they set up, a polling station.
Okay.
Or voting station, I should say. So yeah, there's numerous places to vote. But yeah, that's going on till December 1st, I believe. And then there's certain days, and then the 6th obviously is a day of. But I never know what's going to happen the day of. So if you got early voting, man, you got to take advantage of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you can make some time and go do it. So that's what we did. But I'm glad we did it. Steve, I was reading on Freightways the other day. I believe it takes about 60 million gallons or maybe 60,000 gallons of diesel to move one of those tanker barges that move the crude oil.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure the exact number. It was either 60,000 or 60 million. I'm not sure. Gallons, probably 60 million gallons. Because those things are pretty darn heavy, those tankers. But Steve, if it does take too much diesel to move oil from Venezuela to the Gulf of Mexico somewhere, or the East Coast, where they're going to unload that thing, do you think that the Democrats really believe in climate change if they're thinking about extracting oil from Venezuela? and moving it to the United States?
The sneaky little maneuver that took place over the Thanksgiving holiday. I mean, I don't know that. Have you heard anything about it more than via Fox News?
Well, I've read some articles online about it. You know, different sites have it up there. You know, I guess it's in the works. I believe it's Chevron that's going to do this.
Going to let them go. You know, let them start extracting oil in Venezuela again, which that had all been shut down.
Exactly, because of sanctions. We had sanctions against Venezuela because of that government, and they're lifting that. But who knows if they're even going to get anything out of the ground, Steve, and how long it's going to take. But my point is we have the cleanest, most efficient way to get oil out of the ground, get it in a pipeline, and get it to go where it's got to go, right?
Yes, sir.
We don't have to move it on a tanker. We don't have to move it on a truck. It goes through a pipeline. Clean, efficient, does not harm the environment. Now you've got a tanker out there with how many millions of gallons of crude oil that something could happen, a spill. But the amount of diesel fuel that those things eat up to move that bulk of oil is just incredible. So it makes me think that they don't give two craps about the climate, Steve. This is all about trying to destroy the American economy. That's what this is all about. You know, I said it before. This is going to get a lot worse, Steve, I think, before it gets better. With supply chain, you know, who knows about this rail thing? But people better start stocking up, because I'm seeing it already in my little town where there's a lot of empty shelves of certain products. You know, now it's the baby diapers. You can't get those. Baby food is still scarce. You know, there's a lot of empty shelves. And I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. These, I don't know, Steve, these people are evil, man. They just are. But it just does not make any sense, you know, that you're going to go beg for oil or drill somewhere else. And then, did you hear the spokes idiot a couple of days ago in the press room when Peter Doocy asked her about the permits? Why are we going to drill oil in Venezuela when we got plenty of oil here? And she goes, "Oh, we've got 9,000 permits, but they're not doing anything with these leases."
Right.
That is such a lie. Steve, there's only 400 permits that have been issued, and a fraction are being used. A fraction. And what did Biden say right before Thanksgiving about 2 weeks ago? Didn't he say, quote, "no more drilling"? Isn't that what he said?
That was the quote, yes.
Yep. So it's all a big lie, Steve. This is all about to destroy the economy, and they're doing a hell of a job at it. You know, this electric stuff, it sounds good. It's not going to work. You know, and like we talked about before, who the heck can afford to buy one of these electric cars or these electric semis? You know, the batteries, the cost of that. And God only knows, all the fires they've been having with these batteries.
Yeah.
You know, that's another issue. You got a load of cargo, 80,000 tractor trailer moving down the highway, and the batteries catch on fire. Now what? You got gasoline on there. You got flammables. You got corrosive, organic peroxide. You name it. That's a big problem. You know, because these things are catching on fire just by going down the damn road.
Yeah. Or just sitting in the driveway.
I don't know.
The latest Tesla automobile fire was on Thanksgiving Day, no less, right? Yeah, a vehicle that was pulled up. It wasn't in the garage, but just literally feet away from the home, where you pull up your driveway right up to the garage door. But the Tesla vehicle just sitting out there in the driveway. Boom, it's on fire. And this thing was raging. And we've seen and heard where the firefighters, it takes them several hours of continuously putting water on those things because the batteries just keep reigniting over and over and over again. The little tidbit he was mentioning there, which we hadn't touched on it here, but it's Biden's dirty little secret over the Thanksgiving weekend. You know, pay no attention. It's a holiday. Nothing going on here. Fox News' Peter Doocy took John Kirby to task this past day. John Kirby, the Strategic Communications Coordinator at the National Security Council. This little decision over the weekend to permit Chevron to go back and start drilling for oil in Venezuela. Over the holiday weekend, this occurred. The Biden administration granting California-based Chevron a license to resume drilling operations in Venezuela. The license is good for 6 months and requires, they say, the Venezuelan regime to continue good faith negotiations on holding free and fair elections in their country. This is a partial rollback of the Trump-era sanctions. But top American leaders made it clear those sanctions will be implemented again if Maduro, that's Venezuela's president, if Maduro's government reneges on their part of the deal. So what happened this past day at the White House press briefing? Peter Doocy asked Kirby about the hypocritical nature of this decision. He says, on one hand, approving oil drilling in Venezuela seemingly takes away from American oil companies, whose drilling and the revenue it generates would actually benefit the U.S. On the other hand, if Biden wants to stop oil drilling because of climate change, why is drilling in Venezuela acceptable? Why is it that President Biden would rather let U.S. companies drill for oil in Venezuela versus right here in the U.S.? Well, Kirby's response was, well, that's not an accurate take on the president's view. But Doocy came back using Joe Biden's own words, in which earlier this month he said, quote, no more drilling, to show that it is a fact. That is Biden's view. Well, instead of responding to the substance of Doocy's point, Kirby regurgitated that old talking point, the one that Jean Pierre just several weeks ago. They keep talking about there's thousands of already approved oil permits out there. The president's issued 9,000 permits for drilling on U.S. federal lands. 9,000 of them are being unused. That was Kirby's quote. Now, Doocy fires back again. Does the president think there's some benefit to the climate to drill oil in Venezuela and not here? Again, Kirby did not directly answer the question. He claims the development has nothing to do, this has nothing to do with the climate. Again, there's 9,000 unused permits here in the United States on federal land that oil and gas companies can and should take advantage of. 9,000, and we're talking about one there in Venezuela. That many permits, really? It is not true that Biden has issued 9,000 permits for oil and gas drilling on federal lands. That number, in fact, comprises permits issued under Biden as well as permits issued under President Donald Trump at the time. But it is also not true that just because a company is not immediately drilling where a permit's been approved, that the companies aren't willing to utilize them. A lease approved, indeed, does not even mean the land for which a lease has been approved will even reliably produce oil. If the land is suitable for oil productions, companies have to find, acquire, and then develop that oil. That's another process that includes a whole lot of regulatory red tape. So they're dancing around the issue, but sneaky. Now, it is a true fact. Whatever oil is produced, whatever they get out of the ground in Venezuela, remember the whole narrative is oil is a global commodity. So looking to try to bring down the price per barrel, whatever Venezuelans produce will be on the global markets. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, get back to the calls here. That's the number. And who we got? I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on board?
Hello?
Hello, it's you, whoever it is.
Yeah, it's me, Eagle. Yeah, I don't know why my name didn't come up.
Okay. What's going on, Eagle? How was your Thanksgiving?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I don't know what happened to your computer because, I said my name when it asked for the name, but must not have came up, must not have heard what I said.
Correct.
Yeah, I just got back on the road after being out for a couple of days for Thanksgiving. I just got back out here on the road. I got a couple of things I wanted to talk about today, Steve. First of all, this situation with Joe Biden. Like I say, it's just one deal after another with this guy, and it's obvious now, Steve. You know, after more than 2 years of him being in the White House, the border down here in Texas is it's been out of control, but now it's even worse now, Steve. Down here close to El Paso, across the border in town called Warrior. They basically got the same kind of camp that they had set up in Del Rio, Texas. A couple of months ago during the early summer, with people living on the banks of the river, just waiting for the opportunity to make their way into the U.S. It's a complete embarrassment what's going on right now, Steve. Joe Biden has got the border wide open. And then these idiots, the man at Mayorkas or whatever the hell his name is, they got the nerve to get offended when you say they're not doing the job. But you know me, Steve, I don't bite my tongue about nothing. I'm going to say what's on my mind. I'm telling him flat out, I tell him dead to his face, you're not doing your job, my man. You are allowing people to come into this country. We don't know who these people are. We don't know what affiliation they're with, gangs, they're with drug dealers or rapists, you name it. Diseases coming in, and this man is doing absolutely nothing. No, you're not doing your job, and you should have been fired a long time ago. As simple as that. You don't like it, that's your problem. I'm to the point now, Steve, I'm really fed up with it. I'm not going to even try to be nice about the situation because it's a national embarrassment what's going on the border of the United States of America. No other country in the world allows this type of stuff to go on, and it shouldn't go on in the USA. And, people can say what they want to say. Biden should have been gone a long time ago. This guy's done more. This guy's the most corrupt president we've ever had in the White House, Steve. You can go down the whole list of individuals that have been in the White House. Ain't none of them can even come close to this guy we got in there right now. But yet they still haven't even had a chance to even try to get this guy out. It's really sad what's going to happen to America in less than 2 years, Steve. Well, a little bit over 2 years. What's going to happen in 2023? As much as I hate to say this, Steve, we got about 30 or so days left in the year of 2022. It hurts me to say this. I don't see nothing to look forward to in 2023. To be honest with you, we're at the current state, and the current people that are running this country. It looks like another sad year for the United States, trying to survive until 2024. And the reason why I come to this statement, Steve, is because what I seen a couple of weeks ago with the election. I'm very disappointed in the American people, or whatever these people call themselves. I've told you this on numerous occasions. I've asked you this question, I've asked other people this question, how anybody, after seeing what is the destruction of this country, how these people can even walk into a voting booth and vote Democratic simply amazes me.
Right. But it's going to happen more and more. Hey, I got to pause there because we hit the top of the hour. I got to get a news break, and we'll be back with more. Our number 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
28-year-old James Grimes was rescued by the Coast Guard on Thanksgiving Day after falling off a Carnival cruise ship the day before. One of his heroes, aviation survival technician Richard Hopeful, spoke to CBS News about the save.
I believe that survivor had about 30 seconds to a minute left before we would have lost him. An incredible will to survive. He fell off a boat. He didn't have flotation. He didn't have a radio or flares. He just had to do anything that he could with what he had, which was nothing.
NATO doubled down Tuesday on its commitment to one day include Ukraine. The country applied for accelerated accession to the 30-member alliance on September 30th. but won't join anytime soon. With the Crimean Peninsula annexed and Russian troops holding parts of the south and the east, it's not clear what Ukraine's borders would even look like. Beyond Ukraine's immediate needs of arms and aid, NATO wants to see how it can help the country longer term as well, by upgrading its Soviet-era equipment and providing more military training. 3 Chinese astronauts had already rocketed into orbit Tuesday, headed to China's Tiangong space station to replace 3 fellow flyers in a direct handover, marking the nation's drive to establish a permanent presence in low Earth orbit. On the ground in China, protesters are scrambling to get around the government's censorship. Photos and videos posted to social media are among the only ways to get information out about the COVID-19 protests. Information is tightly controlled in China and journalism is heavily restricted. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
New statistics are shining a light on just how many people are being murdered in Mexico on a yearly basis.
Mexico's homicide rate has tripled since 2006, when an intensification of the government's war on drug cartels triggered a spiral of violence, from 9.6 murders per 100,000 inhabitants to 28 in 2021. The number of people going missing has also increased sharply, from 265 in 2006 to 10,386 15 years later, and now totals 108,000 since records began in 1964. Now at one morgue in southern Mexico alone, thousands of bones of unidentified people encapsulate the crisis of a forensic system overwhelmed by violent crime. From the USA Radio News Washington, D.C. Bureau, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Over 300 people have been killed in Iran following the death of a young woman who was arrested for improperly wearing her hijab. A general in Iran's Revolutionary Guard gave that estimate earlier Tuesday. The general said the death toll includes dozens of police, troops, and militia members who were killed in clashes with protesters over the past 2 months. More news can be found by following us on Facebook at USA Radio. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait. Don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
All right, there you go. Another hour in the books. What are we looking at here? Welcome into a Wednesday. Hey, my 30th day of November, so we got one November day to go. And here comes December. Wow. I'm going to get back and let Eagle finish up. He's 100% correct, talking about the absolute embarrassment that the southern border of the United States has been for the last 2.5 years. Technically much longer than that. Yeah, but there was a point where we were looking to maybe build a wall. That all got halted. There's a changing of the guard coming up here. And according to Representative Jackson, Ronnie Jackson, he was on Sunday Morning Futures over the weekend. He said, indeed, House Republicans will impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mayorkas has got to go. We're going to start investigating him. We're going to investigate every decision he's made. We're going to use the power of subpoena. We're going to use the power of the purse, and we're going to come after Mayorkas. He has to go. Jackson went on to say, quote, "We need to make an example of Mayorkas, and he'll be just the start of what we do in this new Congress, but he's absolutely got to go. He's been a complete, absolute disaster. He's been the lead on making this happen, this border being the disaster that it is. Let's make no mistake about it. This could not be happening without Joe Biden and Mayorkas. They're the traffickers in chief right now," was his quote. He also said there's been no accountability in this administration for anything they've done, whether it's been the economy or COVID or the disaster overseas in Afghanistan or our southern border. Regarding the crisis on the southern border, Jackson said the Biden administration actually gives illegals plane tickets, train tickets, bus tickets, cell phones, welfare, schools, health care. We're creating unbelievable incentives for these people to come here. They're doing this purposefully. So Mayorkas has got to go. I mean, he's damaging and literally destroying this country in a variety of ways. Yeah, hopefully Mayorkas is maybe just the tip of the iceberg, but yeah, I don't know how long it'll take, Eagle, but the plan is to get rid of the guy.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Steve. This guy here, man, he's a complete disaster, and that goes for Kamala, who was supposed to be in charge of the whole deal, and you see what she did is absolutely zero. That's the reason why I call her the ghost vice president, because anybody, you still got a couple hours of Steve's show. Anybody that want to call in, I dare somebody to call in and name me one accomplishment that Kamala has done in the 2 years she's been in the White House. I guarantee your phone won't be ringing with nobody calling in because she hasn't done anything. So it goes down with the other guy, Steve, the Mayorkas guy. This guy here should be kicked out of office and impeached, or whatever you want to call it. This guy here is the biggest embarrassment in probably in the history of the U.S. He's basically destroyed the U.S. Southern border, if we have one. I don't even think we have. You don't even call it. I don't even call it a border anymore. You call it whatever you want to call it, but there ain't no damn border. So, like I said before, Steve, it's really sad. Like I say, I dare those people try to walk into Canada and see what happens to you. Try to walk into Canada without being a legal U.S. citizen. I bet you won't do it. And that those people actually have a government that enforces their border laws. For anybody that wants to see an example of people that actually do what they're supposed to do when it comes to a border, Steve, I'm just fed up. A lot of your listeners, they don't seem to understand what I be saying when I'm talking. People that live in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania, they're not down here in Texas, down here where it's actually happening, at where I see these people. Where I told you I pulled into truck stops before, and I've seen a bus pull in. I've seen a bus pull in with a bus full of illegals, and all these people get off the bus and go in the truck stop, and they never get back on the bus again. They get into taxi cabs and other vehicles and make their way into cities throughout Texas. People in, like I said, these northern states and other states, they don't see these type of things. I see it happening all the time, and it's an embarrassment. What's going? We don't know who these people are unloading off these buses, Steve. You've already said that Venezuela has emptied out their prison systems so that these individuals can make their way to the U.S. You got guys that were in jail a couple of months ago in Venezuela for some of the most dangerous criminals in the world. They now on the loose in the USA. You got Iran right now. We have problems with those guys over there in Europe with the soccer World Cup. You already know how Iran feels about the United States. It's just a matter of time before one of them guys get into the USA. One of these international terrorists from Iran or Afghanistan or Pakistan make their way into the USA. Because believe me, like I continue telling you, the border is wide open. Anybody want to make their way in, they can get them. They can come on in. And like I said, Joe Biden, we're not even talking about the fentanyl. You talked about that, Steve. How many? I think they said up to 300 people die every day from this dangerous drug. Joe Biden, like I told you before a couple of months ago, Steve, if Joe Biden, if he didn't give a damn about the illegals coming in, at least stop the drugs from coming in. He ain't even trying to do that. He's not even trying to stop the drugs from coming in to killing an innocent American 20 and college kids. He ain't even trying to stop do that. And, like I say, for him to say anything, claiming he's doing a good job, he's not doing it. And like I said, as much as I say this thing, I challenge anybody. I told a guy that's in the truck stop the other day, I want you to name me, Donald Trump, that was his slogan. He was always trying to say he wanted to make America great again. I want somebody to call in tonight and tell me one time, Joe Biden, you've seen Joe Biden on TV or television commercial or anything else saying that he wanted to make America great again. Anybody, Democrat or anybody, I guarantee you can't find that one. Those words don't come out of those Democrats' mouth because they don't want to make America great again. And it's simple as that. And like I said, but I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Anybody who votes for a Democrat is you got to be brain dead or have serious problems. You can't tell me one reason why you should vote for Joe Biden or anybody like Joe Biden in 2024. There's no excuse for it. We got the highest inflation going on. We got high fuel prices, high food prices, high everything prices. And it wasn't like this over 2 years ago. So how, and as far as Herschel Walker goes, I'm just telling people point blank, like I say, I got my hopes up the man can get in. But I already know deep down inside, Steve, they're not going to let Herschel Walker have that position next in a couple of days. The Democrats are going to walk away with that, even though they shouldn't. So, like I said, we're in a very bad situation right now in America, and like I said, the only thing we can hope for is 2024 that we can get a man in the White House who actually wants to make America great again. And I promise you, it's not Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Have a good morning, Eagle. Thank you for checking in. Let me jump over to the railroad workers, the potential for a rail strike. Some of these unions, if you're not keeping score, there are four unions of 12 total rail unions that have voted not to accept the deal that was offered, the tentative agreement. They did not ratify. So Biden speaks up day before yesterday, urging Congress pass that legislation that will force this down their throat. And they're not at all happy. The National Railway Labor Conference and the Brotherhood of Maintenance and Way Employees Division of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters apparently have no plans of relenting from their respective bargaining positions. The potential nationwide rail strike December night, despite the president's call for Congress to pass legislation that would enforce the tentative agreement. In a joint statement, these two did not share the Biden administration's optimism for concocting a labor resolution in the next 10 days. They said congressional legislation regarding a railway strike denies railroad workers their right to strike, while also denying them of the benefit they would likely otherwise obtain if they were not denied their right to strike. Also, passing legislation to adopt tentative agreements that exclude paid sick leave for railroad workers will not address the rail surface issues. Rather, it will worsen supply chain issues and further sicken, infuriate, and disenfranchise railroad workers as they continue shouldering the burdens of the railroad's mismanagement. Now, they also appealed to members of the Democrat-controlled Congress, requesting they support the working class to act swiftly by passing any sort of reforms and regulations that will provide paid sick leave for the railroad workers. Now, on to the New York Post. Workers for the railroad blasting Biden after he pressed Congress. Joe Biden blew it, quote, says the Railroad Workers United Treasurer Hugh Sawyer. Press release just hours after the president told the House and the Senate that one of his top priorities is to stop the looming labor strike. He had the opportunity to prove his labor-friendly pedigree to millions of workers by simply asking Congress for legislation to end the threat of a national strike on terms more favorable to the workers. Sadly, he could not bring himself to advocate for a lousy handful of sick days. The Democrats and Republicans are both pawns of big business and the corporations. The White House argues the impending strike threatens to unleash an economic nightmare on Americans before Christmas. All right, the Brotherhood of Maintenance and Way Employees Division is deeply disappointed by and disagrees with the United States President Joseph R. Biden's statement, calling upon Congress to pass legislation that would adopt tentative agreements that do not include paid sick days for the railroad workers. It's not enough to share workers' concerns. The union represented about 23,000 maintenance workers, goes on to say, a call to Congress to act immediately to pass legislation that adopts tentative agreements that exclude paid sick leave ignores the railroad workers' concerns. As you know, organized labor is one of the Democrat Party's most loyal constituencies. Biden has vowed on several occasions to be the most pro-union president in history. He's proven that right now, right? The Association of American Railroads estimates a strike would cost the U.S. economy more than $2 billion per day in lost output. Now, Biden said Tuesday, it's not an easy call, but I think we have to do it. The economy is at risk. The House plans to vote on legislation implementing the September agreement today, Wednesday. Now, that would give the workers a raise, $5,000 in bonuses, retroactive to 2020, and one additional day of paid leave per year, as well as unpaid time off for doctor's appointments and medical procedures. So, yeah, they're sticking to their guns, obviously very PO'd. All right, looking at 20 past the hour. We'll get to the right-wing nut right after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here on a Wednesday. Right-wing nut on the line. Hey there.
Yes. Right wing nut. Yes. Normally I call in and got some kind of damn fool stupid stuff, but won't get real serious tonight. Serious. Listening to Fox News the other night, that former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, was on there, and he was suggesting that if Herschel Walker did win, that 50-50 be 50-50 in the Senate. But he was talking about the possibility of what's that old boy's name? Kind of like a mansion. That if the Republicans take it 50-50, he may decide to go ahead and turn Republican because they're getting screwed over by the Biden administration, getting promised.
Right-wing nut ran out of cell. Right on cue there. Uh-oh. Yeah, Joe Manchin, I've been seeing some of that in the mix. Manchin's kind of getting, he came up to a compromise deal on the, what was the name of that legislation? The Inflation Reduction Act. Remember that deal? Which really does nothing to, but they got Manchin on board, promising this and that. And now they want to renege. And Manchin, well, rightfully so, should not be at all happy about that. He could be the proverbial, big-time thorn in the side, kind of eliminating that 50-50 split in the Senate, which, of course, Kamala Harris would be the tiebreaker. That'll be interesting to see. If right-wing nut gets a cell back, we'll pull him back up here. Quick like, Scooter on board. Just a few things to ponder real quick, Steve. We've all seen the skeleton of a NASCAR. All the structure around the driver, and it's a lot. It's able to mostly protect a driver of a 3,500-pound car while wearing a helmet, being strapped in tightly by a 5-point harness into a rigged mounted seat. On top of that are the roof bars and halo bar. For any of these to work, they have to be tied in together. Now, imagine what type of skeleton would be needed to remain structurally sound in a fully loaded tractor trailer. I don't see 5'7" or any other driver climbing in and out of the window, or the door window, that is. The fire suppression idea isn't possible with current technology. Race cars hold about 20 gallons of gas and about 5 gallons of oil. The amount of fire suppression material it would take for 200-300 gallons of diesel would be a staggering amount, says Scooter. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, I guess we got to start the day out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
It's hump day. How about that? Yeah, full work week. You like that full work week thing?
Yeah, I don't know. When haven't I had a full work week, Your Honor? Certainly wasn't last week. I know that.
Right.
But anyways, Yeah, I gotta admit there, Eagle is doing pretty good there. He touched on a couple points there. So yeah, I was going to ask there. So what's our terrorist threat level at this point? Have we been put into a higher category of terroristic threats at this point?
No.
Since the winning of the soccer game over there, that I tell you what, that must have been a riveting game to watch. You wait 38 minutes to see a little white ball go in a net, and then what is it, another 22 minutes to the end that nothing happens? They just chase the thing back and forth across the field. Boy, I tell you, I just couldn't even get up to change the remote control, grab the remote control to change the channel. It was so exciting to even want to think about. I just sat there and watched the TV at a black screen. It was more enjoying to me. But anyways, there. So, but yeah, I was wondering when we're going to get some retaliation there over the victory over Iran there. So I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into it, but maybe there's a record of the way they react to things, and the things that happen out of that area of the world. But anyways, yeah. So listening on your news break there, they were talking about the amount of murderers and individuals that go missing in Mexico. Did you catch those numbers
heard that.
at all?
Yeah, big numbers. Yep.
So how many of those are the migrants that are traversing Mexico that are, coming from the other countries wherever around the world now? It's not just Central America anymore. It's around the world that comes to Central America to come across Mexico. How many of those that are traversing Mexico are those numbers representing, and how much is caused by the drug industry and the drug cartels and everything else?
I know the cartels try. Many of those young men get snagged by the cartels and forced into, I guess you'd call it servitude. But hold that thought.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
USA! That's a big game, man.
A fired-up President Biden after the U.S. men's soccer team defeated Iran on Tuesday to advance to the knockout stage of the World Cup in Qatar. It sets up a round of 16 matchup against the Netherlands on Saturday. That match begins at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Black Friday shoppers are setting a new record. The National Retail Federation says close to 200 million went shopping from Thanksgiving Day to Cyber Monday, both in-store and online. That's up from 179 million last year. Consumer confidence in the United States is at a 4-month low as inflation soars. A survey from the Conference Board shows Americans are currently less likely to buy big-ticket items, especially as housing costs rise. USA Radio News.
This view was worth the hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Let's see. Hello to Eddie. Good morning to all. Rain, rain, rain. Heavy rain since 4 in the afternoon yesterday here in Knoxville, south of Knoxville. Yeah, let's go, Brandon. Unfortunately, our guy's a clown. Good to have you with us, Eddie. Jeff checking in. Woke up from my nap. Home again. Good grief. I love my boss for that. Home again. All right, it's 844-3388. We left off there, horse feathers. Welcome back.
Yeah, USA. That was a big game, man.
Big game, man.
That was a
1-0.
Yeah, 1-0. Oh, well, I don't know. As I say, I'd get more entertaining out of watching the black screen without even the TV being on.
Yep.
But anyways, yeah. So do you think the drug cartels there, that they're using the masses of the transitory people there to kind of stage them to go across the border in a certain area?
Absolutely.
So
that's confirmed. That is confirmed. They're using them to cross, distracting all the agents there, and then they're sneaking the drugs and whatnot in 2 miles away.
Yeah, it can be 20 miles away, 100 miles away, whatever, but you get your mass exodus out of Mexico, and then we can get a truckload of fentanyl or something across over here.
Yep.
But anyway, so anyways, I'm back with the rail deal here, and we were talking last night there. When President Reagan there enacted the the thing on the air traffic controllers in 1981 because it was a federal law that they weren't allowed to do it. Which I don't know if there's any federal laws. I mean, you got that one thing in there about the striking, but anyways, they actually had people that had the ability. Not that they had enough, but they had people that had the ability, whether they were supervisors or military or, independent contractors that would cross the lines that would go and actually do the jobs of the 11,000 air traffic controllers that were fired. Now, where does anybody think they're going to come up with people that are qualified to operate trains or know how to fix rails and maintain tracks and signaling and electronic device and be able to even just operate the system? I mean, the conductors, what the conductors do out there to build trains, stack trains up, drop cars at places, pick cars up. Who do they think they're going to find to replace these people when they get done pissing them off so much that they aren't going to come to work?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you think they're going to find enough? Well, they're never going to find enough, but do you think they can even find a small percentage of people that would actually be able to do that job that the federal government requires a certain amount of ability to do? I mean, the regulation that's there to be a train engineer, I believe, comes down from the federal government. I mean, you have to have a certain amount of training to run a train, and they have engineer schools and everything. You have to go through a certain amount of classes, trainings,
Mm-hmm.
yearly. You have to go through yearly updates to maintain your ability to be able to operate a train. So I'm just trying to figure out where they think they're going to find all these people from if they decide to go through and push all this through. But anyway, so speaking of our Congress, now we hear a lot of talk right now. What's going to happen after January 3rd? Now, do you believe any of that's going to happen after January 3rd, Your Honor, when the House gets flipped over and apparently McCarthy will become the Speaker of the House? Do you believe any of this is really going to happen?
Well, when you say this, what are you talking about? The investigations or impeach Mayorkas? Or?
Any of it, because you look back at previous groups when Republicans have been in charge of the House or the Senate, and you have the Speaker of the House. We had that real strong Speaker of the House that came from Ohio. What was his name? John Boehner or something like that. Yeah, stood up there and cried at the podium practically. We have such, the Republicans have had such strong leadership. We got Mitch McConnell. He's such a strong leader. He's done a lot to make sure that the deficit, the deficit ceiling and all that never gets right. Oh, wait a minute. No, he didn't ever do anything to prevent that, did he? So do we really believe that, we hear this strong talk now of everything that's going to happen after January 3rd, but with the track record we've seen, do we believe any of that's going to happen? Just asking.
It'll be introduced. There will be strong, like Ronnie Jackson. They will introduce legislation. Now, it all comes up to the Speaker of the House to bring it to the floor. Will McCarthy be the guy? Will he actually bring anything up as far as impeaching Mayorkas?
I don't know. Isn't he Nancy Pelosi's neighbor out there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just asking. I wanted to be the. I don't know what is it? Big Ed tries to be there. The
instigator.
Just trying to
instigator.
Pretty much. Yeah. There's, but just trying to say for the other side there a little bit. I don't know. It's always depressing to see that, because you look at the first 2 years that President Trump was in office. The Republicans had both the House and Senate, correct? The first 2 years that President Trump was in office, I believe the House and Senate were both controlled by the Republicans. Yeah. So
memory serves, I believe, yeah.
But the only thing they wanted to do was fight against President Trump for the first 2 years. They didn't want to do anything he wanted. So instead of getting a lot of things done in the first 2 years that could have helped the people a lot, they decided to fight against the presidential side of the government, and well, we didn't get anything done. So and then of course they lost everything, and so then now we're where we're at. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about enough negative for one day there. And as far as heat wave goes, that guy hooking up his trucks and trailers for him out there, he's got no concern whether the lights work, brakes work, whether the kingpins are latched, whether the dolly has air in the tires. He has no concern of that whatsoever. His job is to put the unit together, get it slapped together, and have it set in there. And it's Heat Wave's job to do his pre-trip. I mean, that's federally regulated. That Heat Wave has the responsibility to do his pre-trip to make sure his truck is safe and reliable to transverse down the highway.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? But anyways, so I guess with all that, we'll see if we can get the right wing nut back there. Maybe he got back, got a little bit of a signal, maybe, and get back in there, and maybe he has some comments about what the guys that hook up the trucks and trailers would say, but what they're supposed to do. But anyways, other than that, we're waiting for the storm to come in. They say somewhere around daylight, all the bad weather's supposed to get here, and heck, they're saying it's supposed to blow through here so fast that, I don't know, there's something about blowing women's dresses up or something on the way through, and it's going to be out here by like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going through so fast.
It's sweeping in, sweeping out. All right, well, enjoy the rain and the wind. Have a good day. All right, 844-3388. Yeah, first 2 years under Trump, Republicans had the trifecta, as they call it, House, Senate, presidency. All right, interesting. The U.S. Air Force planning to unveil the most advanced aircraft ever created this week. After spending nearly $203 billion on the program, the B-21 Raider stealth bomber will be unveiled at the Northrop Grumman facility in Palmdale, California this Friday. The B-21, designed to carry out long-range bombing and nuclear missions, employing cutting-edge stealth technologies. Right now, 6 such bombers are being built in Palmdale at about $2 billion per aircraft. They're expected to be flying next year. The Air Force and Northrop Grumman began developing the bomber in 2015 after the Aerospace and Defense Company won the contract to design and produce the aircraft. The advanced aircraft, named after the Doolittle Raiders, a team of B-21 bomber crewmen from World War II, known for their daring and bravery. Representatives called the B-21 pioneering and technological excellence, the most advanced military aircraft ever built, and a product of pioneering innovation and technological excellence. Full details about the bomber have been kept tightly under wraps, next to nothing having been revealed about the aircraft. Photos of the plane haven't really even been revealed at this point, just artist renderings revealed by the Air Force, and a bit of a teaser reel released by Northrop showing the shape of the B-21 hidden beneath a covering. This plane is said to utilize previously unseen stealth technology. To avoid detection from enemies, it could be capable of flying with or without pilots, according to Defense One. It was optimized for operations in highly contested environments, they say. The Friday event will be by invitation only. Defense One, the development project involved more than 8,000 people across 40 states. I believe it's the first view of what's going to be a great capability for our country, he says. The most advanced plane on the planet it will be. Could be interesting. It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, Gilligan? Good morning.
Well, it seems like the horse feathers has let us down. Well, let's get this started right. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Hump day! All right, that's out of the way.
That's the first thing he did. That's the first thing he did when I answered the call earlier.
Oh, okay. All right.
You missed it.
Well, we'll do it twice. What the heck? Hey, Steve, I think Right Wingnut has been putting ideas in Heatwave's head, or talking about Joe Manchin changing parties.
Yeah.
Joe Manchin's been a lifelong Democrat. It don't matter what they do to him; he'll still be with the Democrats to the day he dies. I mean, the man's in his 70s and a die-hard. I don't see him ever switching parties. You know, I think Right Wingnut, don't hold your breath, especially if you took a big drag on one of them Cuban cigars.
Yeah.
All the Russian vodka you got is not going to get that out of your mouth. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm going to choke on that one. Hey, I sent you a picture. GMA and B Enterprises is sending a stripper for Heatwave's birthday.
Yeah, she's a real
Did you
jewel.
get that picture?
Oh, yeah, what a beauty. Woo.
Yeah, Bubble Popping Tammy. That's our name. That's our latest employee.
That's a whole lot of woman.
Yeah, well, he liked old what's her name? Oh yeah, the Danby Dovetail. He'll love Bubble Popping Tammy, I'm sure. You know. Yeah. Hey, my WVU Mountaineers is #1 again in something else. Did you get that story?
I did indeed.
Yeah, the rifle team. I mean, I think it's like their 19th #1 ranking. Hey, may not be able to play football very well. We did beat Oklahoma State, but, you know, I mean, that's not like beating Oklahoma. Oh, well, we did that too. Boy, them Oklahoma boys are really laying down in football, ain't they? If our Mountaineers are going to beat up on them, I think we even beat Tech. Hey, we may be 5-7, but we've had a successful season right there. What do you think, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my poor old Mountaineers, there was a time they was the powerhouse of the Big East. I mean, they ruled the Big East. I mean, we're talking the days back in Penn State was still in the Big East, and Maryland, and Boston College, and them guys, Pitt, you know, and it just, like, a lot of people don't realize it, but old Jeff Hostetler, that's where he come from. Yeah, they played for the national championship in '89. Ended up losing to Notre Dame. You know, people say WVU's never had a team. Well, back in the '80s, they actually was a pretty big powerhouse.
Yeah, so it's been a long time since they've had a team.
Yeah, well, I mean, West Virginia I don't know whether it made a mistake or not. In some ways, I think it's better. A few years ago, they left the Big East after all them years and went to the Big 12. I mean, there was a big fish in a little pond. Now there are little fish in a big pond. I don't know. Maybe they'll give some more revenue in. Maybe they'll build their team up a little better. But obviously there's flashes of brilliance there. You know, with beating at least a few teams. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right. Well, I wasn't sure whether Horse Feathers called. I thought Horse Feathers called in earlier. It did the Mike thing. But hey, it's like this. It's hump day.
There you go.
We can't have that enough.
Yeah.
All right, Steve.
All right. Have a good morning, Gilligan. We'll return into.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 8 before the hour, under the industry headlines. I don't know, you seen freight rates? Are they plummeting? Family-owned Mid-Continent Trucking out of Denison, Iowa, notifying drivers and employees after 24 years. The refrigerated carrier would cease operations 2 days after Thanksgiving due to worsening economic conditions and tumbling freight rates is what they're citing. An email about the closing created some confusion, but the company says all displaced employees who want to work have since found jobs. It was a situation where economics made the decision for us that it was time to get out of the trucking business, according to the co-owner, Brian Wickersham. He and co-owner Ted Wickersham, his brother, emailed truck drivers as well as maintenance workers and office personnel, alerting them of the company's plan to close this past Saturday. The email went out like on November the 16th. In the email to the company's 25 employees, they said, you've heard some rumors about some changes going on at Mid-Continent. If not, there is something going on. And this notice is to let you know that Brian and Ted have sold our equipment to Western Flyer Express. Drivers will be contacted directly by a Western Flyer Express representative offering driving positions with their company. Now, according to our contract, the drivers would be based out of the Omaha Council Bluffs area. Based on the email, a few former Mid-Continent employees say, they were under the impression that WFX was purchasing the entire company. However, they explained, the owners explained, the email inaccurately stated that the company had sold its equipment. In fact, the equipment, including 20 tractors, 50 refrigerated trailers, was sold by Wickersham Brothers to RWTL Capacity Solutions, which offers a lease-to-own program for truck drivers. Western Flyer Express, doing business as Western Flyer Express and RWTL Capacity Solutions, apparently have a common owner. Both companies are headquartered in Oklahoma City. If we had known how that email was going to be interpreted, we would have had an attorney or someone write the email that we put out to the employees because that was not how it was intended to sound, they say. Yes, a leasing company with common ownership to Western Flyer Express purchased the trucks and trailers because we heard the equipment was possibly going to go to auction, but we had no interest in their customers or their terminals. Of course, we're always looking for drivers, and our recruiting department contacted the drivers on the list that Mid-Continent provided to us, as well as other trucking companies, but our understanding was that none really wanted to come over because our drivers stay out a few weeks at a time, while their drivers are used to being home every week. Now, Western Flyer has 1,094 tractors and the same number of drivers, according to the FMCSA's Safer website. So a much larger company, but all right, changes, 2022, about a minute before we hit that top of the hour. So news break just ahead, after which we will get back to your calls. The headline this past day says, "Is it the curse of crypto?" Not one, not two, but now three. Crypto bosses have died in just a matter of weeks. All that after the latest, a Russian billionaire's helicopter crashes. This Russian billionaire becomes the third top cryptocurrency trader to die suddenly, unexpectedly, in just the last couple of weeks. What's going on is the question. All right, we'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. It's kind of odd, big money, big money. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we roll into Hump Day. That's right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
USA, USA. That's a big game, man.
A fired-up President Biden after the U.S. men's soccer team defeated Iran on Tuesday to advance to the knockout stage of the World Cup in Qatar. It sets up a round of 16 matchup against the Netherlands on Saturday. That match begins at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Black Friday shoppers are setting a new record. The National Retail Federation says close to 200 million went shopping from Thanksgiving Day to Cyber Monday, both in-store and online. That's up from 179 million last year. SpaceX is set for an early morning launch.
SpaceX is planning a very early morning rocket launch Wednesday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. A Falcon 9 rocket is set to go on Complex 40 and is scheduled to lift off for the moon at 3:39 a.m. Eastern. They're sending a private Japanese moonlander to Luna. And if you live in the area, expect sonic booms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Tuesday, President Joe Biden met with congressional leaders and asked them to act quickly and prevent a possible rail workers' strike. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, said the deadline to act is much sooner than December because suppliers may plan around the strike.
Many of the suppliers, if they believe there may well be a shutdown, will then not send their goods.
Consumer confidence in the United States is at a 4-month low as inflation soars. A survey from the Conference Board shows Americans are currently less likely to buy big-ticket items, especially as housing costs rise. However, it shows consumers are optimistic about the labor market, which has remained strong despite interest rate hikes. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Over the weekend, at least 10 people died in an apartment fire in northwest China after the country's zero-COVID policies prevented residents from escaping in time. This comes amid anti-government protests over continuous lockdowns. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says these protests seem different than the prior ones.
Local, civil protests are not uncommon in China, but these protests appear to have a different character. More widespread, more bold and brave, more fed up.
The 2022 hurricane season is coming to a close.
The Atlantic hurricane season ends Wednesday. There were 3 early storms and then no named storms between July 3rd and August 21st, the first time that's happened since the 1940s. Then things blew up with 7 storms forming in September and November, bringing activity to near normal levels. One of the most powerful hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades happened in late September when Hurricane Ian hit Florida as a Category 4 storm. It left nearly 150 people dead in Florida and several others in North Carolina and Virginia. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
The first trailer is being released for Netflix' That 90s Show. The series is a spin-off from the hit sitcom That 70s Show. The series is set to hit Netflix on January 19th. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
I do believe that puts everybody on the same page. And as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday. Hey, shout out to Dale, one of our listening friends there. His wife celebrates a birthday today. Stephanie, happy birthday, Stephanie. He posted a handful of photographs on his Facebook page here a few minutes ago. And I was scrolling down, hey, there's Stephanie in a Steve Summers overnight drive shirt. Said, hey, nice shirt there. And Dale responded, he said, I'm trying to get the word out about the excellent show you have. Thank you so much, Dale. Thank you. And you too can get your Steve Summers overnight drive t-shirts, hats, travel mugs. Got the 30-ounce. Those are really nice travel mugs. Check them out at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on shop and find all the little the overnight drive stickers. A little bit of this and that, so yeah, appreciate the support. Back to the mystery, the very latest. Let me try to butcher his name here. Vyacheslav Taran. Like I said, I probably butchered it. A 53-year-old co-founder of the trading and investing platform Libertex died after his helicopter mysteriously crashed in a resort town near Monaco. Yeah, this was back on, I guess, Thanksgiving Eve. The vehicle plummeted on November 25th, killing Mr. Taran, who had lived in Monaco for a decade. Killed him and the veteran pilot. Libertex issued a statement. It is with great sadness, Libertex Group confirms the death of its co-founder and chairman of board of directors after a helicopter took place. Now, he's just the latest in a growing list of powerful people in Vladimir Putin's Russia to abruptly die. Now, these deaths, often reported as suicides, have included the likes of energy, oil, finance, and shipping bosses, oligarchs, and millionaires. But three crypto stars have all died in recent weeks. Just last week, a 30 years old, Tiantian Kolender died in his sleep. That was just last week. The 29-year-old millionaire Nicolia Mushigian drowned on a Puerto Rico beach. Now, for the first guy, Mr. Kolender, the co-founder of the Hong Kong-based digital asset company Amber Group, unexpectedly died on November the 23rd. The other guy, Mr. Mushigian, died only, get a load of this, hours after tweeting that he heard the CIA and the Mossad, that would be the America and Israeli national intelligence agencies, were going to murder him. He tweets that out. Hours later, he's dead. Now, how the crash occurred a day with blue skies, the helicopter crash as they took off from Lausanne, Switzerland, that's kind of raising some eyebrows over Mr. Tehran's death. The finance titan flying with an experienced pilot, a 35-year-old from the city of the shores of Lake Geneva, after another passenger allegedly canceled at the very last minute. The single-engine light helicopter Eurocopter, operated by Monacair, crashed into the hillside about 2 o'clock in the afternoon there. So that's, all these just days apart, but how mysterious for the one guy to tweet that the CIA and the Mossad are out to get me. All right, let's get back to the phones here. There, right-wing nut. Got a cell back. Hey there.
Yes. Yeah, about this Joe Manchin thing. Yeah, that was something that Newt Gingrich had brought up on Fox. Excuse me. Yeah, them cigars, they really a little harsh this time around. So that's where I was getting my information from. Hey, did you hear about the Florida Athletic University quarterback? Dadgummit. I need an adult beverage. He had his scholarship pulled. You hear about that?
I did not, no. Why'd they pull his scholarship?
Yeah. Because he's a white dude singing, rapping. I don't know if you'd call that music. I call it crap. Anyways, he was singing lyrics on a song from a black artist that used the N word, the B word, and the word hose. And they said they were very offended by him doing that. So they pulled his scholarship. And it's like, well, if y'all are offended, y'all being the black community, if y'all are offended by these words that your culture is allowing to happen, wouldn't you think you'd do something about it instead of complain about someone else that's not of your same color singing that song or crapping that song? Like I said, I don't consider rap music. It's just noise. And like I called it, it's crap. So, anyways. Yeah, that's what they were talking about. On the other fan page, and I think the founder of that other fan page, last name's Hamilton, I think. I was trying to find it a while ago, and I couldn't find that article, so I don't know if he pulled it or what. But, yeah, I think it's awful damn funny. So, I guess what they're trying to say is you can listen to it, but you can't repeat it if you're not the same color as the artist. And, I tell you what, if that don't take the cake, that's talking about having your cake and eating someone else's cookies too. But, yeah. So, I don't know if you can find it somewhere and look at it and But I thought it was kind of stupid myself. Other than that, I guess that's about all I had to say for tonight.
Well, it's good to hear from you, right-wing nut.
Good to hear you too. So we'll talk to you later.
Well, thanks for checking in, and have a good morning. All right, story with, I guess you'd say, a happy ending. A Florida treasure hunter could have been celebrating this Christmas after he found an expensive diamond ring on the beach. But instead, the Good Samaritan actually posted some details of what he found online, and it has now been reunited with its owner. Actually, I'm going to go back to October. 37-year-old Joseph Cook. I guess he scours the beaches. You see that anytime. People go out there with the metal detectors and all that, searching for valuables on the beach in St. Augustine, Florida, with his metal detector. A video he posted online shows him digging in the sand, thinking he found a coin. But what he actually pulled out of the sand was a diamond and platinum engagement ring. As he admired his discovery, Cook said, "This is the biggest diamond I've ever found on the beach." Took it to the jewelry store to have it appraised the next week. Astonished to learn it was worth $40,000. $40,000 ring. Well, instead of selling the ring, he posted his video online. 2 weeks later, the ring's owner called him, and he was delighted to have it returned. So why did Cook give up tens of thousands of dollars? Turns out he's a treasure hunter with a difference. He searches the beach for lost items and then returns them to their rightful owners. In an interview, he actually revealed that he's already returned $60,000 worth of property he's found this year alone. And he keeps a necklace with about 25 or 30 rings on it, just so he can return them to their owners. He said, "I believe in karma, and giving things back makes me happy." Not a bad way to live, right? But imagine the woman who lost her $40,000 engagement ring on the beach. How do you explain that to your fiance? You did what? Okay, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I don't know. That's a valid question there, Horse Feathers. I just shared the story about the $40,000 ring. Do you think she had insurance? Just a question, Steve. I wonder if that woman that got her diamond engagement ring back, did she return the insurance money back to the insurance company, or maybe did she forget to do that? I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, if you got a $40,000 ring, you probably do have insurance on it, right? I would certainly think. All right, latest weather updates. Checking here from some of the live blog updates via AccuWeather this morning. Yeah, while the severe thunderstorms were producing tornadoes, hail was also an issue. Some of the largest falling in Mississippi, hail as large as 2 inches in diameter. Although tornadoes didn't touch down further north, hail up to the size of golf balls, or 1 3/4 inches in diameter, fell as far north as Tennessee. Had 1 3/4 inch hail there, Dixon, Tennessee. Nacogdoches, Louisiana, 1 3/4 inch. Smithdale, Mississippi, as well as Baldwin, Mississippi. Yeah, big hail balls. As far as tornadic activity, I had one update. A second tornado in Lowndes County, Mississippi, left significant damage in the area, according to officials, after a tornado was confirmed by radar Tuesday evening at Columbus Air Force Base. A second tornado was confirmed southwest of Columbus, causing structural damage to a local volunteer fire and rescue building. Caledonia, Mississippi's mayor tells AccuWeather the first tornado caused a gas leak in the area, that several thousand were without power this evening. The sheriff's office urging residents to not leave their homes and do not drive through the community of Steens, Mississippi, as there was potential for active power lines to be down across roads and yards. Yeah, that first tornado was the one that left some residents temporarily trapped in the grocery store, which ultimately they all made it out safely. But yeah, 2 tornadoes in the same vicinity there near Columbus, Mississippi. All right, couple of updates. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Philip on board in Florida this morning. Hey there.
Who in their right mind puts a $40,000 ring on their hand at a beach? That's crazy, Steve.
I'll assume she had it on her hand, and I don't know, maybe out there, yeah, high tide or something, and a ring came off, and there it is.
That's about dumb. That's a DA moment there, man. That's a DA moment. That's really a DA moment. But there is a lot of guys down here in Florida that do that on the beach. They have their metal detectors and they go around and they try to find stuff. And if that guy does that, good for him, man. Good for him. So, but I heard one of you guys talking about the trains. You know how much training goes into training an engineer, Steve?
I have no idea.
A long time. It isn't like you just hop in that thing and take off. So, I mean, it takes a long time just to learn how to stop a train, nonetheless, you know, get it started and get it up to speed.
Yep.
And I don't think they have enough management that can run the trains. The big thing with management, they might know how to run the train and know how to drive it and the function of it, but they can't maintain the efficiency that needs to be done to get things on time to where it needs to go. Especially you got people that are the same kind of deal with signaling. Sure, the management might know the signaling process and everything, but they probably can't throw in the efficiency that the guys that do it all the time. And that's the biggest problem with any industry. I mean, look at trucking. Look how much training a truck driver goes through now before they're actually put out on the road by themselves. One thing that I do see with trains, and I see it with trucks, and I see it with electricians, and I see it with plumbers, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but a lot of our young folks today would rather play on that computer, make it look like a game, than to get out here and actually physically do it. You know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the biggest problems, and it's catching up with the train industry now too, especially with this deal with the strike. It's not like you're just going to bring somebody in and replace them the next day driving a train. There's guys that spend years as engineers, as conductors, that it takes, years. That's why it takes a lot of experience to go from one railroad to another for an engineer. It's not like you just hop over from one to the other. I got a friend that went to work for UP years ago, and it took him 5 years before he got a route to where he could be home sometime. That's the biggest problem. Isn't this over pretty much off time, Steve? It's not so much about money. Isn't that
correct?
They
want. The union wants to give them, or the railroads want to give them like 1 day per year, and I think they wanted like 8 or 9 days. They don't have any. They can't take any sick time. They got to be on call. Yeah, pretty much all the time. And if you get the call and you don't show up, you get the black mark. You get I don't know how many strikes you get before you get terminated, and they just want the ability to have some time off. Can't blame them, right? All right, I can't help but wonder as we watching the clock here as we hit the news break here, bottom of the hour just ahead, but. You go back to September, the strike was looming, right? And it was these last minute, almost like 20-plus hours of nonstop negotiations at the table. They were taking place there in D.C., trying to hammer out a deal. And obviously, I guess there's a handful of union reps that are up there negotiating or trying to hammer out a bargain, a deal. What about the rank and file? Are they kind of PO'd at the leadership for actually accepting something that did not offer but 1 day per year to actually bring that back and present it to them? And obviously that there were a couple of unions that overwhelmingly said, hell no. The other two were pretty closely split. Not quite 50-50, but obviously more said no than yes, but I'm thinking the rank and file are probably pretty PO'd at the leadership that they sent up there that actually tried to say, this is what you're going to accept this deal. You know what I mean?
USA Radio News.
Internet users in China are scrambling to get around the government's censorship of protests over COVID shutdowns. They're racing to screenshot and repost content related to those protests, which have been spreading across the country over pandemic policies that have seen people locked in their homes for months at a time. Photos and videos posted to social media are among the only ways to get information about those protests. Meanwhile, Ireland is hitting Facebook's parent company with a big fine. The country's Data Protection Commission fined Meta $275 million over a data leak. It was discovered last year and led to more than 500 million users having their personal information posted online. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I believe that is our cue. Back at it here. Yeah, looks like a couple lines available. Meanwhile, back to Philip. All right, thanks for hanging in there, brother.
Hey, buddy, you there?
We got you back. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry to blurt out like that, but I was like shocked when I heard that. I was like, you know, that must be the same person, Steve. I don't know if you heard about this one recently. That's suing Kraft Foods for $5 million because they can't heat their macaroni up in 3.5 minutes. Did you see that?
I saw the headline. I didn't really pull up the full story, but I saw some lady suing Kraft because for false advertising about the mac and cheese.
Yeah, because they can't get their macaroni and cheese done in 3.5 minutes. Well, I got news for you, lady. Go buy a powerful microwave instead of buying that small little thing in the corner at Walmart that costs like $10. Go buy you a big 1,100 watt microwave.
Yeah.
Shoot, there's guys out there's probably got those in their trucks right now. They're running them, but we're just a few minutes here away from a launch. I think it's 3:39 is when we're supposed to launch off.
Someone emailed me earlier because we brought that up in the first or second hour, and I believe they say they've postponed that till December 1. I think he said 3:37 December 1. They had some pre-launch difficulties or something.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out when I get inside at work. I'm almost at work.
Supposed to be some Japanese moon lander or something they're putting up there, and something from the United Arab Emirates going to the moon.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, we'll see how that goes. I know the Chinese got one off yesterday.
Did they?
That was one of the long marches. Yeah, sure did. They launched the long march yesterday. I'm not sure what it had on it, but I saw that on the Launch app when I looked at it earlier about this one. They must have just did that one recently, within the last hour or two, about scrubbing it.
I'll do a quick search and see if I can find the rest of the story. All right. I think Philip ran out of cell there, but all right. Let's see. Updates. All right. China made a launch. Astronauts to their space station. Okay. What time is SpaceX launch today? Let's see. I'll have to pull up the numbers here. Let me get back to the calls quickly, though, so I can do the correct search, as they say. Is that 5-7? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just want to answer Scooter with respect. Respectfully answer Scooter. You know, he's overthinking it a little bit on the roll cage for a truck. You know, I would like him to step up to the engineering table. See, I grew up down there for 4 years around NASA people in Melbourne, Florida, you know, junior high, high school. And I was just around people that worked at the Cape, and amazing stories. Some couldn't tell you what they were doing. Some were illustrators. So I grew up around people that put man on the moon, and they just didn't have no, we can't do it. No, they had, yes, we can. Now, Mr. Baylock, I never one time mentioned that you have to have the Hans device and all the helmets and all like that. I'm talking about a cage. Let's say this seat belt that we do have, all right? It's working. It's approved. But, you know, you come 55 mile an hour at a log truck on a 2-lane road, and it stay brakes, snaps, and the logs roll in, misses your A-pillar, comes in through your glass and grabs this door right here where your seat belt is hooked to, and rips that back. Well, you could get crushed to death with your seat belt. Now, if you had a door frame, a NASCAR type door frame around that, so it would be darn near indestructible. If you had a wire mesh type thing through the roof, like Heatwave's former co-pilot, you wouldn't get thrown. You know, he should have been strapped in. Hey, something could have still come through that roof. I guess the air dam ripped the roof off, and he gets, thrown out of the truck. So, no, I'm not talking about making it, hey, there ain't no way you're getting this 260-pound man in the window to drive the truck. But right. I don't want to have to try to get this 260-pound man out the window to evacuate the truck in a crash. God willing, 44 years, I've never had a crash. I did put it into a ditch on the side of a road in a snowstorm to keep from hitting somebody. But, the idea is we can see what's happening now. I showed some examples. Yeah, we're not going to hit a brick wall or a solid wall like in that one example. But I also shared it looked like a regular crash out on the highway. It looked like a Peterbilt, Kenworth, who knows what, was sheared all the way back to the whole cab was gone. We are still driving eggs out here. I was all excited in the day whenever, Volvo come out with that new cab design. I was driving for Daymark Transportation, and they showed us what this truck was all about, and it looked promising. Airbag, extra strength around the window and all like this. Well, I've seen those trucks just as crumpled up as some of the old ones. I used to drive through the wood in that little FLD 120 and twist and turn. and the doors would pop open on it. So, you know, that's been my issue. Now, back in the day, I brought this stuff up, and, you can't because of the weight deal. Well, I guess when it all come up to me again, I get a little bit offended, like I said earlier. Yeah, you know, the government won't do nothing for the safety of a driver to increase, you know, trucks with the roll cage get an exemption for a certain amount of weight overages allowance. But they come up with these battery designs. They'll figure out a way to do that. That way they can sell more electric trucks. So probably getting a kickback to the people that voted it in anyway. And, after I have seen that's all mute, I guess, about fire suppression. But even if you had enough fire suppression just at the door and that you could pull it for an escape, you've already got, if you have a frame around your door so you're not jammed in, and you got the tank on fire below you, at least enough fire suppression that you can get out the door and escape the truck. So, it's just, I get it. You can't do it. You can't do it. But all right, let's do it. Hey, meet me halfway on this stuff. Make it safer than what we got right now. So there's a lot more people, less people being buried over some of these crashes. And hey, I know, even with the cage, I seen Richard Petty roll down that on TV live, roll down the front in that car of his, and the body disintegrated, the wheels come out, and I think the engine was ejected. And by the time he got done, he was sitting there in just nothing but the crash frame, but he lived through it. I said, my God, nobody had died in these things. And then Dale Earnhardt, looks like a minor crash. He's dead. So, yeah, I know. It's your time, but I still think we can make these things a lot safer. And but don't add to whatever you do, just like I said, get around the table in NASA, when they had an explosion in space, and all they had was some junk, that loose junk. They dumped it on the table, and they told the engineers, this is what we got to do. This is what we got to work with. Guys, figure out something to fix that capsule so we can get our astronauts back.
Right.
I believe in the American. I believe in America, and I believe that we have the ability to do it. Face it, when nobody else can come up with a cure for all these diseases, it seems like we do it. It's just amazing what the things that come up with in the free enterprise system and the American people.
Get sit to the drawing board, get your chalk or your magic marker, and you start designing. You could be a millionaire. 5-7, you come up with the design, they'll put it in the trucks, and now speaking of the issues with the fire suppression, I'm guessing this guy was wishing he had a fire. Did you see the video from CDL Life that was caught, the accident? It's a garbage truck, and obviously has to be a LNG truck. It's the kind of things we've talked about with, you're pretty much rolling down the road in a potentially a bomb. The LNG tanks are on the top of this trash truck. And now how he did not realize, the signs are clearly marked. It was a low overpass. But this garbage truck goes under the overpass, and immediately, big time explosion, dramatic fire. And this was in Indianapolis on Monday. Caught on several different camera views. One guy, I think he had the Ring camera from his residence there. And then I guess there was a business that it was caught on camera. But yeah, big boom. And then when the truck comes out the other side, the guy that had the Ring camera footage, you can tell it's the pressurized, the gas just billowing, the flames billowing from this truck. But when it went under the underpass, everything under there just was in a complete fireball. I don't see any word on whether the driver actually came out, what kind of injuries he had, or if he even survived there. But LNG trucks rolling down the highway in a rolling time bomb, right? Let's get a quick time out here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number. And we got several lines open. You want to jump on in? Hello to Rick in Columbus. That's Rick's friend. I haven't had any emails letting out of it as far as normally people notify me, but I don't know. Several people have, at least on the stream chat, saying the Facebook isn't working this morning. I mean, we did have some power glitches like earlier in the program, and I'm not sure if you'll lose the internet feed if Facebook, once it disconnects, if it doesn't reconnect. I'm not sure if you're not catching it on. I see everybody that's chatting is pretty much on the YouTube side, so yeah, maybe the Facebook is down this morning, but that's all I can tell you. But good to have you on board there, Rick in Columbus, where you got 51 degrees and a little bit of rain at this hour. Yep, you got a little more rain coming your way. Hello to Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. 53 degrees for now. We're dropping fast here in mid-Michigan, though. Winds are starting to pick up. Pretty steady right now, about 16 miles per hour. But they say winds are going to rise through the afternoon. All right, and hello to Gary this morning. I think I was going to touch on this story last night. We didn't get around to it. I mean, you'd think we would have learned a few things. How many science fiction movies in our lifetime, things that were all just Hollywood, science fiction, have we seen actually kind of become reality in just our lifetimes? Yeah, I remember 1980s. What year was it? Yeah, the original Terminator. Yeah, this science fiction premise where all this modern technology, building robots, arming robots, robots like RoboCop. That was another science fiction film. But in the Terminator, the robots ultimately, with the artificial intelligence, turned on the people. Media outlets responding and residents trashing this proposal from the San Francisco Police Department to actually integrate military-style robots into the police force. Do what? San Francisco police have come up with a new policy allowing them to kill suspects. Yes, lethal force using robots. A first for the city and a potential milestone in law enforcement, the deepening relationship with machines. Now, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors said part of the broader set of rules around the use of law enforcement equipment is set to go before the board. Robots under the policy would only be used as a deadly force option when the risk of loss of life to members of the public or other officers is imminent and outweighs any other force option available. Police could use robots while apprehending suspects, what they call during critical incidents, executing search warrants. The San Francisco Police Department has 17 remotely piloted robots, 12 of which are functional, they say. They describe the robot's abilities for reconnaissance, disarming explosive, lifting heavy objects, detecting hazardous materials. You know, the new policy hasn't mentioned robots until a city supervisor added a line saying, robots shall not be used as a use of force against any person. Well, the San Francisco police replaced that line with the language we just shared. As word spreads, looking at using robots that will actually be able to use lethal force. San Francisco police spokeswoman says the robots could be equipped with, say, explosive charges to contact, incapacitate, or disorient dangerous suspects, but only in extreme circumstances to save or prevent further loss of lives. Robots will only be used as a deadly force option when the risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers is imminent and outweighs any other force option that would be available to the San Francisco Police Department. Oh boy. Yeah, modern technology, and all this talk about the artificial intelligence, computers that are supposedly actually becoming, almost like living, thinking with emotions kind of machines. Pretty crazy stuff. Hey, Ron.
Well, how the hell have you been, my friend?
Well, I'm doing all right.
You sound all right, man. You look good. You sound all right. But I got a story I want to tell everybody about our grandkids. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to tell you, it's just funny as hell. Aubrey, our granddaughter, and Avery were sitting in the living room, and Avery was giving her a bunch of crap, like pulling her hair and just teasing her and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Lauren comes to me and she goes, Dad, I cannot believe what she said. And Aubrey looked at her straight with Mommy's face, grabbed Mommy's face, and said, F-U-C-K, he's bothering me, Bubby. And I went, oh my God, at 2 years old.
Uh-oh.
Is that the funniest
Uh-oh.
thing? Is that the funniest thing in the world? I said, Lauren, I said, you have got to stop calling that foul language around your 2-year-old daughter. Isn't that Steve? That is hilarious.
Where would she have heard such language?
Well, it's coming from my daughter, for Christ's sake. You know that. She's coming from my daughter. You know how she's like a sailor coming into port.
I know.
Oh, yeah. I know. And I keep telling her all that. And I said, you know what, Lauren? I am laughing. She goes, Dad, you're laughing so hard. I said, you know why I'm laughing? Because touche, guess what? You have got a serious mysterious little girl on your hands. They're super smart. Super smart. For everybody out there, just so everybody knows, Steve and I have grandkids together, and I'm going to tell you something. They are the smartest little things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Well, Avery called his sister a gnome toucher today. A gnome toucher.
Gnome toucher.
Yeah, moving gnomes around without Avery knowing about it. Yeah, touched the gnome. Avery was very, very upset about the gnome toucher. Aubrey, you're a gnome toucher. And Aubrey goes, I am. At 2 years old. I just thought she'd get a kick out of it, man.
She's
She's
way ahead at 2 years old, ain't she?
Oh my God, Steve, she's like light years away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's crazy. Now, here's my other thing. I want to ask you guys about this tonight. What is the deal with the $651 deposit rule for the IRS into your bank accounts? What is that all about? Have you heard about this?
I'm thinking. I'm not sure what is. Not familiar. No.
Supposedly now that if you put in more than $652 in cash into your bank account, the IRS can now go ahead and start to say that is income. Anything more than $652 is income, and you're taxed on that. And you need to know what is going on of how you got that money into your account.
Yeah, it seems like several months back I remember some discussion on that, but I don't. Everything just kind of faded away, and I'm not real sure. I'll have to dig into that. That was a big controversial. I thought they had gone back on that, like decided, no, we're not going to do that. But let me get my news break here. Top of the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Internet users in China are scrambling to get around the government's censorship of protests over COVID shutdowns. They're racing to screenshot and repost content related to those protests, which have been spreading across the country over pandemic policies that have seen people locked in their homes for weeks or even months at a time. Photos and videos posted to social media are among the only ways to get information about those protests. Meanwhile, Ireland is hitting Facebook's parent company with a big fine. The country's Data Protection Commission fined Meta $275 million over a data leak. It was discovered last year and led to more than 500 million users having their personal information posted online. Here in the U.S., the national Christmas tree is being lit up for the first time Tuesday night. Also known as the People's Tree, it sits on the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol. The 78-foot red spruce was brought to Washington from the Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina. On Wednesday, the tree in Rockefeller Center in New York City will be ceremoniously lit. And between those two things happening, there will likely be some news that's out of this world.
SpaceX is planning a very early morning rocket launch Wednesday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. A Falcon 9 rocket is set to go on Complex 40 and is scheduled to lift off for the moon at 3:39 a.m. Eastern. They're sending a private Japanese moon lander to Luna, and if you live in the area, expect sonic booms. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs, and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Celebration has been in the air for the first family this past month after the Bidens' granddaughter Naomi tied the knot. And the president's milestone 80th birthday, Thanksgiving seemed to take the pumpkin pie. But the party's not over yet.
The Biden White House will host its first state dinner this week. The White House says French President Emmanuel Macron will participate in a bilateral meeting with President Biden on Thursday before joining the president for a state dinner alongside First Lady Jill Biden. On Wednesday, Macron will visit NASA headquarters alongside Vice President Kamala Harris to highlight the collaboration between the two nations on space exploration and climate. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Approximately 58 of the top 100 medical schools ranked by U.S. News & World Report include critical race theory in their courses and student training. Harvard Medical School has promised to form future doctors who, quote, acknowledge the ways in which racism is embedded in the science and scientific culture and work to redress these long-standing issues, end quote. And the U.S. men's soccer team beat out Iran today 1-0 after the clock elapsed nearly 100 minutes. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy.
Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, had a couple minutes to do a little research. As the case typically is with this government, you know, they keep coming back. You know, throw out an idea and they say, "Oh, okay, all right, no, not right now." Then they come back later, because we were talking about this apparently a year ago, and I found from October of 21. Because I remember very distinctly, it's been nearly a year, or over a year, so that's why it was kind of like somewhere in the back of them. The Biden administration backing down on the controversial proposal to direct the IRS to collect additional data on every bank account that sees more than $600 in annual transactions, after widespread criticism from Republican lawmakers and the banking industry representatives, who said the tax enforcement strategy represents a breach of privacy by the federal government. Instead, the administration and Senate Democrats are proposing to raise that threshold to accounts with more than $10,000 in annual transactions and any income received through a paycheck from which federal taxes are automatically deducted on, and blah, blah, the story goes on. So that was October of 2021, a year ago. Fast forward. Let me see. Okay, that was, again, the proposal from October of 21. So I think they backed down on it, unless they've come forward and tried to revisit the issue, which that very well could be the case, because it's happened on more than one occasion. But I think they backed down on it.
They did back down on it, Steve. They did. That's why I was wondering, because they have all these agents out there and they're training them, and they want to know where you get your cash. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You're right. It was last year. I just pulled it up too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back. Well, I mean, they're all this talk about going to a digital currency. I saw a headline, I believe yesterday, that they're actually doing a pilot program with digital currency now. That way they could track everything you buy, right?
Whoa. Listen to this. Everyone, I want you to listen to this, because this is information that you're going to be shocked about. The U.S. government has got its own USDA or U.S. coin,
digital
currency,
dollar
in crypto, okay? And it's been around for almost 6 years. 6 years. And it has never gone up. It's never gone down. It's just been up and down, up and down, up and down, if you see the chart. What they're going to try to do, man, is they're going to try to eliminate, as they do with all this woke stuff. And I'm going to give you examples. Kroger's, as of 2024, Kroger's is no longer going to take personal checks.
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to be coming out here soon. That is a fact. I know that for a fact, because I know the guy who's actually running one of the stores that accepts all these bad checks, and it's astonishing what they're doing. Starbucks, no more cash. And what they're going to force you to do is they're going to force you to go to crypto. Now, crypto's got a bad name right now. It's got a real bad name. It's
Yeah.
FTX.
FTX,
Bad, okay? Yeah. And that was considered a distribution center for where you would buy and sell actual cryptocurrency, just like Coinbase and just like crypto.com. So anybody that's got anything out there in crypto, you have two choices: hold on to it and let it ride, because it will go back up eventually, or take it out and wish you did ride it out. Okay. My son Ronnie is extremely into this crypto stuff, and he's doing a lot of day trading with it. And he's got 3 Bitcoins as we sit today, and several Litecoins and Ethereum and all the top 5. But what he told me is that you've got to hold on. If you're going to do this, it's the stock market. It's the wild, wild west. Hold on to your crypto, no matter what dollar amount you have, or even add to it. So that's a big thing right now, is to hold on to it. But I don't know, Steve. That's why I wanted to call you, man, and see if anybody would understand this. Is this $652 rule, or whatever they're going to do with everybody? And they're going after people under $30,000, man. $30,000. They can't even feed their kids. These IRS agents are going after. You know that? That's sick. It's like the Nazism, man. I mean, that's ridiculous.
And we need, 87,000 new agents, I believe. Wasn't that in the... Yeah.
With right, and with armed weapons. Most of them can't even tie their shoe.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you know, your poor son, and he's my son-in-law, he's out there on the edge, man, all the time. And you know what? They can't even tie their shoes, and they're carrying automatic weapons. That's crazy. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. But I wanted to have a happy little thing with you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you. I don't know where you are. You're always somewhere, you know?
Hey, doing our thing, staying busy, right? Just plugging away.
Yeah, doing our thing. Yeah. But I just, you know.
Sleeping all day, working all day.
Yeah. Okay, well, I just thought I'd give you an update on our grandkids.
That's I'm going to have to ask Lauren about that. What'd you teach Aubrey how to say this week? What's that new word of the day?
Oh my God, Stephen, she is such a sailor. She does not know. She's got to stop. That's what she is.
That's comical.
She's got to stop. Okay, yeah, it's comical. I mean, I take our grandkids. I take Avery outside, and I kick his butt and playing horse all the time, you know, out on the thing. He gets so mad. You know, he wants to win all the time, and he can't. And his grandpa kicks his butt. But anyway, the point is that these kids are like exponentially like smarter than we were when we were that age. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Pretty sure I wasn't that keen at 2 years old. That's for sure. Hey, good to hear from you, Ron. Looky there. James just sent me, what did I just say? I said they went back, they turned around an about face in October of 21, unless things have changed and they've come back. James just sent me this from Market Watch, November 26th of 2022. So 3-4 days ago. Again, from Market Watch, the headline is, "The IRS is interested in transactions involving part-time work, side gigs, and selling things." You know, if you're like if you're a flea marketer, I mean, how many people actually report stuff when they sell? You know, what if you put things on eBay? Do you report it to the IRS? The meat of the story says the IRS is reminding tax filers to prepare to report transactions of at least $600 that are made through so-called third-party facilitators like Venmo or PayPal. Yeah, you can selling stuff on Facebook, right? The agency Tuesday posted an explainer warning American business owners earning $600 or more per year on payments they received through various apps, Zella, the Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. You're going to have to file a tax form, 1099-K. So your part-time work that you get maybe paid under the table, you got a side gig, again, or you're selling things online or whatever, the flea market. Now, it says the rule does not apply to non-commercial payments like reimbursing someone for food or rent or other one-off transactions like selling an old piece of furniture. Before this year, the threshold for filing at a 1099-K was at least 200 transactions, totaling an aggregate of at least $20,000. Well, when Congress passed the American Rescue Plan of 2021, it included a provision that reduced the reporting threshold to a single transaction over a single transaction in excess of $600. The hope is by reducing the threshold, the measure will crack down on Americans evading taxes by not reporting the full extent of their gross income. So there you go. The proposal was offered as a way to help pay for a $3.5 trillion social spending bill that would invest in climate programs, child care, education. Tom Lucas, from Orlando, Florida-based certified financial planner, tells CNBC filers must include any sum that is reported on Form 1099-K as part of their business income. Failure to do so could trigger an audit, since the IRS obtains a copy of Form 1099-K directly from the third-party facilitator. Now, this provision has met some pushback from sites like Etsy, eBay, who have joined with some smaller retailers to create the Coalition for 1099-K Fairness, which they say is aimed at protecting some of these casual online sellers and micro businesses from unfair tax and privacy burdens. So here you go. Go to the Inflation Reduction Act. There's the one, which includes the provision that will hire 87,000 additional IRS agents. The nonpartisan watchdog Joint Committee on Taxation said they anticipate between 78% and 90% of the estimated $200 billion that the IRS will collect as a result of this bolstered workforce will come from small businesses. Remember Biden and the Democrats insisting if you're earning less than $400,000 a year, you're not going to have to pay up anymore. But the Joint Committee on Taxation disputes that, stating that somewhere between 4 and 9% of the money collected will come from businesses that earn more than $500,000 a year. I mean, not even 10%. 4 to 9%. It's going to come from the middle guy, the small guy. So there you go. What a difference a year can make. That's, yeah, Ron, if you hadn't brought that up, I hadn't really heard anything about that, but here they are again. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, remember back under the Trump administration, How many times did Donald Trump say TikTok bad, TikTok bad? Yeah, the digital, the platform, it's based out of China. He tried to tell the American people that the Chinese government would be using TikTok to spy on us. And nobody wanted to believe him at the time, but all of a sudden, lo and behold, I guess they've discovered officially, yeah, the Chinese government is using TikTok to spy on American people. South Dakota's Governor Kristi Noem signing an executive order this past day that will ban the Chinese social media platform TikTok from any state devices. Anything used by state government agencies, employees, or contractors. She said, South Dakota will have no part in the intelligence gathering operations of the Chinese Communist Party. Now that order, one day after she announced plans to thwart China's expansion by restricting China's ability to purchase American farmland. Food security is national security. We cannot allow China to continue their quest of buying up all of our American farmland. In South Dakota, we've implemented restrictions on foreign land ownership. And as governor, I'm looking into how we can further thwart the Chinese Communist Party expansion. Now, the decision to ban TikTok also comes after the Forbes investigation, which revealed child sexual abuse material is shared among TikTok users on private accounts that evade the service's moderation features, and they reappear almost as soon as they're deleted. The TikTok content creator, Sarah Adair, a child sexual abuse survivor, drew attention to the phenomenon earlier this year. Forbes reported that she informed the Department of Homeland Security, which did not tell the outlet whether they were investigating. Adair has been contacted by an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Texas, but no comment to Forbes on that report. Simply saying, we're working on it. Now, prior to the Forbes report, the FCC commissioner actually said TikTok should be banned completely in the United States because the China-based owner cannot be trusted under any circumstances not to leak user data to the Chinese Communist Party. Again, Trump, he was pounding that drum and he got all kind of pushback for suggesting the Chinese are trying to spy on us. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve?
Oh, playing radio.
Hey, yes, sir. Seems like the lines were pretty busy tonight. Took a little while to get in.
Yeah, we've had a pretty decent Wednesday, yes. Hump day.
So what am we hearing, that the Summers family cuss like sailors?
Well, some of us do.
Is that a little inside scoop there?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man, we're talking about these deposits being made in these banks, right?
Okay.
Steve, I can tell you this. For some reason, the last 6 months, the amount of reports that I have checked where people were writing checks, right, mailing them out to whoever for whatever reason, and they're mailing these at post offices, and these checks, if somebody writes it out for $1,000, these checks are coming back for $10,000. Somebody's getting their hands on them
and altering them,
and altering them. And Steve, I can't tell you how. I don't know what's going on here. And I mean, we're not just talking, a couple $100 each time. It's several thousand. One came across, it was $28,000. This dude got hit for.
So you mean like he wrote a check to pay like a $280 bill, and the bank took $28,000 out?
Yes, sir. Somebody got their hands on it and changed it to 28,000.
Wow.
But the point of this call is a lot of these things get investigated by the local police, or even sometimes the locals don't even deal with it, Steve. They just hand it off to the bank investigators. These things that come across, we call them SAAs, for suspicious account activity. So if the bank, you're talking about these deposits for over $600 now, and it's always been for how long? Any deposits over $10,000 get flagged.
Correct.
So what these dope dealers would do is they would come in and make these deposits for $8,000, $7,000, $9,000, keep it under $10,000. But if the bank, there's a pattern, even though it's below $10,000 and they show a pattern, they would send us an SAA, to investigate this to see if it's any criminal activity. Now, when you get to the federal level, Steve, I don't know what the federal government calls them. I'm sure it's probably not what we call them, SAAs. But if something goes federal, it's really, really hard to get the feds to get involved in something. So it has to be pretty big, right? Something really, really suspicious going on here. It's hard just to get one. Hunter Biden's got 150.
Yes, sir. I was wondering if you'd get to it. That's where you were going. Okay. Yes,
That's
150.
where I was
But
going.
they don't, apparently, who is it that will not turn them over to the officials in D.C.?
That's the point of some of these hearings that are going to be coming out, Steve. They're going to have to turn them over. Well, if they hold to their guns, that is, we'll see what happens. But so I mean, going back to just the local stuff, so I can see why some of the banks are trying to get away from checks, And we just talked a couple weeks ago about direct deposit. Banks forcing everybody to go direct deposit. And I think what Ron was referring to when he was talking about everybody's going to have to go to crypto, I could be mistaken. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he was maybe talking about the digital currency that they're talking about, not crypto.
And right now, the government is currently testing what they're calling a digital currency. It's a pilot program. But hold the thought. News break time, the overnight drive.
USA Radio News.
A significant outbreak of severe thunderstorms, including a few strong tornadoes, is unfolding for the Mississippi Valley, Mid-South, and parts of the Southeast. About 40 million people across the South are at risk for severe weather from this event. That's according to the National Weather Service, which is highlighting the threat for tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging straight-line winds for part of Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana, Texas, Indiana, Missouri, and Ohio. NATO doubled down Tuesday on its commitment to one day include Ukraine. The country applied for accelerated accession to the 30-member alliance on September 30th, but will not join anytime soon. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final
final year of production, but with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Because, of course, inquiring minds want to know. I mentioned I knew I had seen the headline. It's so many things that I come across. Some of it I print up because I think, yeah, that'll be interesting. And others I just kind of let go to the side. As far as the digital currency in the U.S. government, just a couple days ago, the announcement was made official. 9 U.S. financial institutions, including Citibank, Wells Fargo, and MasterCard, have launched a pilot program working with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York to test the feasibility of a digital dollar. It'll be based on what they call distributed ledger technology, the most significant step to date in creating a digital dollar. To improve financial settlements, the Biden administration has recommended the creation of a digital dollar, and the United States has recently begun putting the resources into that effort. There are other countries also exploring plans to create their own central bank digital currencies. The Proof of Concept Project, a 12-week effort that will test the feasibility of the interoperable digital money platform called the Regulated Liability Network, the RLN. It will use a distributed ledger like the blockchain technology behind Bitcoin. The goal to improve financial settlements and will involve central banks, commercial banks, and regulated non-banks. The U.S. dollar will be represented as tokens, settled through simulated central bank reserves on a shared multi-entity distributed ledger. The pilot will be conducted in a test environment and will use a technology provided by SETL, Settle and Digital Assets. The list of participants in the program includes BNY Mellon, Citibank, HSBC, MasterCard, PNC Bank, TD Bank, Truist, U.S. Bank, and Wells Fargo. They say global payments provider SWIFT is also participating in the effort, along with the New York Innovation Center, part of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Bottom line, with the White House recommending the creation of a digital dollar, a major announcement could come as early as next year. Major economies like India are also considering adopting CBDCs. The efforts so far are mainly pilot programs, but at the same time, regulators around the world are looking at the regulation of cryptocurrencies, the digital dollar. A major announcement maybe as early as next year, Pappy.
Steve, we've talked about this in the last several months. This is one of the World Economic Forum's deal here, for complete control. Steve, if this thing goes through, if they, actually get this going, it's going to be run like the Chinese do with their social credit system, right?
Yes, sir. If you're spending frivolously, if you're buying junk food, if you're buying unnecessary, they know what you're buying, everything.
And they can control what you buy and what you don't buy. Just keep your eye on this, Steve. Can they say bad news.
Can they say, Mr. Summers, you've reached the limit of Miller Lite consumption for the month. You can't purchase anymore.
Yes, sir.
You must be drinking too much.
Absolutely. Or, Pappy, no more guns for you. You reached your limit.
You've bought no more ammo. You've reached your limit for ammo purchase. Yes, sir.
So keep both eyes open on this digital currency thing. It's bad news. Hey, real quick, you talked about use of force situations with robots.
Yes.
Steve, I know that it has been done twice in the past already. You recall down in Dallas when the
sniper guy that took out a bunch of cops. They ultimately got him with a robot, right?
Yes. Yeah. I called the bomb squad in. They brought the robot out. Slapped a block of C4 in the grips and took it down to him and initiated it. Yeah, that's how they took care of that problem.
Wow.
There was another one out in L.A. It was a hostage. This is all public information, so I'm not saying anything. It's not already out there. But there's a hostage situation out on the highway. This dude already killed one person, had another hostage in the car. And so the robots that we use, Steve, I mean, we're starting to get more technology and even starting to go to drones and whatnot, but these old robots were kind of big and clumpy. I don't know if you've seen pictures of them on the news or whatever. But anyway, you can communicate with them too. They got, microphones and speakers in there where you can communicate. So, and they also have, we use, how can I say this? I guess a rifle barrel. It's a shotgun barrel, right? That's attached to these that you can take off, put on with different type of tools. But we use different types of rounds to deal with different types of packages. So what they did, Steve, is they took, a little fuzzy thing on the end of microphones, to cut the wind down.
Yeah.
They took that thing off and they put it on the end of that shotgun barrel and put a 12-gauge slug in that barrel and took it down range, and they were using the robot to communicate with him back and forth. And finally, it was determined that this isn't going nowhere. They authorized the use of deadly force. So they told the guy, hey, we're having trouble hearing you, man, talking into the microphone.
Oh, man, he reaches that, boom. Wow.
Problem solved. So, yeah, it's not the first time. I don't know, I don't know about it. Steve, I got an email on it from Police One out the other day. I was going to send it to you, but somebody beat me to it. So, well, yeah, man. All right, buddy. Listen, getting towards the end of the show here. Let somebody else get in here before it gets too late. Wind's coming, brother. The wind's coming.
I've been waiting on it. I thought it would have been here with the front, but it ain't got here yet, really. It's not been too bad.
Yeah. Talking some maybe snow flurries before the rain stops, maybe they were talking. I don't know. Might be a little north of us, so I think.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good morning, brother. Thank you very much. There you go. Yeah, the winds. Been waiting for the winds. Hey, at least we didn't lose power, though. I thought when that front was coming in there about 2:30 in the morning, it was really going to be a howling, but no, it's just the rain came through, and it's pretty much winding down. Scarecrow, what's happening?
Well, you talk about the checks there. The Quick Trip. Here, I can't even say it. You said earlier, try and say Quick Trip 3 times in a row.
Yes, sir.
The Quick Trip chain up here in the Midwest, Steve, they went with a no check policy. I think it was October 31st now. Now, the way I understand it, it was not driven from the corporate level, but it was from, the check cashing group or whatever that a third party in the mix that, pushed for this policy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a move all over apparently. The little darlings, 2, 3, 4-year-olds. You want an education on them little rascals. You talk to Mrs. Crow. She pretty much sees it all at the daycare center there. She says there's 3 and 4-year-olds that are dropping the F-bomb, on a daily basis, and they know exactly when to use it and how to emphasize it, and yeah, it originates at home, but obviously if it's a word used on the playground or in a classroom or such, all the other naive ears, they pick up on that, boom, right away. You're just talking about that 2-year-old, how quickly it came to be used way. And yeah, kids, they pick up everything. Even if it looks like they're not paying attention, don't think for a minute that they're not listening.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to earlier on, I've been wondering too about all those freighters that have been lying at anchor out there. It's kind of interesting to hear that mess is finally cleared up. Now, it's probably a little discerning to Gilligan. Now, if you recall, a year ago, we had actually hired him, and he put his flotilla to work, checking out those containers, looking for our missing furniture. We knew it was somewhere between Vietnam and the United States. And so he resurrected the SS Minnow, and he maybe you probably didn't know that he procured the African queen too.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah, but it's fortunate, he's got lost income there now, but he's well diversified, in any type of scam or money making venture, that's out there. I'm sure it won't hurt him too much there. The holiday spirit or lack thereof. There's a little lack of spirit and goodwill at our workplace right now. I received a group message from our past supervisor. She was informed yesterday or early tonight now that she was going to be unemployed. She said she did hit the door frame. She was moving one of our trucks into the loading dock, and she kind of left a divot in the door frame. But I did a little private messaging with her, and she said they've been looking for an out anyway, and that was their excuse to send her down the road and such. Now, Steve, everybody's been on a high note since she showed up. I don't care how you look at it. She put a smile on everybody's face. Now, in Knucklebuster's world, she would fall into the bodacious category.
Oh, boy.
If I have, yeah, her wardrobe consisted of sweaters and sweaters and sweaters, and for the most part, maybe probably a size small, but either way, but it may work out well. She come from railroad experience. She said she wanted to be an engineer, but that's a good old boys club. It's pretty hard for a female to advance in that arena, but with the pending strike and all, I told her, well, now may be the time for you to get your foot back in the door and seek out something that you really want to do. And then I guess the only other thing, kind of a brain fart, but that's the way it is. You mentioned the Terminator movies, and I was certain this is the direction you were going to go, but no, you did go a different direction. In one of the movies, Steve, remember at the end, Schwarzenegger, he dropped himself into the molten steel, I guess it was. And I sent you a clip of what took place back in June here now. This is a real world event. Fella, he fell in, this is at Caterpillar Foundry in Illinois.
Yes.
He fell into a vat of molten steel. And if you do a search, there's a number of articles, stories about this, what took place and whatnot. And it's unfortunate he'd only been there, I think, a matter of weeks. So it doesn't sound like there was probably wasn't any life insurance or anything in effect yet. His girlfriend, he wasn't married yet. They were engaged, a couple of kids. But like I say, this is back in June, and she has not seen a dime from Caterpillar. OSHA, now this is a slap in the face. A $145,000 fine is all that's been levied to this point. But it sounds like there's a lot of safety issues in question here. What he was doing, he referred to as dipping a spoon into the molten material. I suppose run a lab test or such on it, and he had to lean a little more. And Steve, it says that it's kept at 25 to 2,800 degrees, and I can't think of a more horrible way to go off the top of my head, but other than the fact they'd have to believe it'd be instant, but
yeah.
So yeah, you have to believe there's going to be more that comes out of this. The fact that there was no safety harnesses or such at play here and whatnot. But no, it so brought to mind, the closing, episode in that one of the Terminator movies where he lowers himself, into that molten material. So I guess that's what I had to share with you today. So I guess that's it for now, man. Do it again
All
tomorrow.
right. Thank you so much. Have a great morning. Yeah, thank you for checking in. That was a kind of a horrific story from, I guess, the details just finally being released. But yeah, according to OSHA, he was pretty much instantly incinerated, would be the word, immediately incinerated in a vat of iron, molten iron, on his 9th day on the job. Fell into an 11-foot deep pot of molten iron that was over 2,000 degrees. Authorities now claim Caterpillar did not have federally required protective restraints or guardrails in the area where he was working, charging Caterpillar with a willful violated and a fine of $145,000 and some change. But I guess that was the second major accident at this one location in less than a year's time. All right, about 9 before the hour. We'll come back, wind things down, head down the home stretch here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388.
The Overnight Drive. All right, just enough time. One final quick footnote story here. Remember back in the early days of the pandemic? Early on, we had this whole, Mike Pence would come to the podium every day. Fauci on one side,
Dr. Burks on the other side. Remember her? Yeah, we called her Dr. Scarf. Always, every day, wearing a doctor's scarf. Her real name was Deborah Burks. She's still around. Hadn't heard much from her in a while. But I guess she spoke out this past day. She says, Americans do not need mandates to keep them safe from COVID. They need information and treatments, and they aren't getting them. We're not giving Americans the tools they need to protect their families. Americans are smart, she said. They know what to do. We don't need mandates. We need knowledge and knowledge in the communities and access to the tools, which many in rural America don't have to this day. It's not just a matter of vaccines, she says. Rural Americans don't have access to Paxlovid. Most of them don't even know that it could keep them out of the hospital. And she said she's frustrated that there are no home testing methods available to people for the likes of the RSV and the regular old flu. Somebody brought that up just the other night here on this program. Night before last, I think it was. Big Sexy, I believe, said, why don't we have like a home test for the flu after all these years? Now, the RSV, the respiratory virus that's hitting kids hard, we're just not taking these respiratory RNA viruses seriously, she said. There's no reason we do not have an at-home COVID, RSV, and flu test. Parents want to know what their children have. They know RSV is very serious for their 1-year-old. They want to protect him. Meanwhile, where COVID's concerned, not only are we not using the first-generation tools effectively to ensure that no one's hospitalized or dies, we're not generating a second generation. Yeah, it's very, very interesting there. Why don't we have how difficult is it to do a nose swab or a throat swab? We've all been doing it with the COVID for the regular old flu test at home. All right, see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I dreams.